Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Round 2 qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in the heart of Orlando, Florida. I'm Daniel Farish, and I'm here bringing you the action. These players are actually bringing you the action. 32 players, as it is, bowling their second block of 8 games at the event. 8 games already in the books from this morning at 10 a.m. As always, 4 channels available. Every lane that is in play is available to stream on our 4 channels. Open up 4 tabs. Watch them all at your leisure. Players in front of us on our featured pairs, 33 through 36. Aaron McCarthy, Missy Parkin, Verity Crawley. Caitlin Simpson on 33 and 34. Over on 35 and 36. Jen Higgins, Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe. And our tournament leader after this morning, Rocio Restrepo. Rocio paced the field, averaging 226.75 or plus 214 for 8 games. Aaron McCarthy, second place, just 7 pins back at plus 207. Shannon O'Keefe in third, plus 191. Danielle McEwen in fourth, plus 171. Josie Barnes rounds out the top 5 at plus 158. Giselle Poss in sixth at 150, tied with Caitlin Simpson, also at 150 over. Then it's a drop down to Kelly Kulik in 8th at plus 116. Brianna Cote in 9th, plus 112. Jordan Richard in 10th, plus 111. You know the deal. Outside the top 10, inside the top 12. That's the cut for tomorrow morning with 8 games to go. MJR Maria Jose Rodriguez in 11th at plus 102. And Liz Culkin is 12th at plus 96. Outside the top 12, inside the top 20, Ashley Galante, plus 78. Clara Guerrero, plus 76. Missy Parkin, plus 75. That's your top 15. Verity Crawley, plus 71. Valerie Bercier, plus 67. Stephanie Johnson in 18th at plus 61. Hall of Famer Liz Johnson, 19th at plus 60. And Sandra Gongora, 20th at plus 52. The only time we do this during the tournament, we'll take a look at the rest of the field. Jody Wessner, 21st, plus 45. Taylor Bultice and Birgit Poplar tied at 22nd. In 22nd at plus 36. Sydney Brummett, plus 26. Diana Zevyalova in 25th at plus 17. Dasha Kovalova, plus 4. Jen Higgins, plus 3. And rounding out the field, your final 5 spots, Shannon Pluhowski, minus 12. Tanya Romanpier, minus 13. Julia Bond, minus 25, Lauren Pate, minus 28, and Caroline Lagrange at minus 39. No, Paul, not really. I mean, with 12th place being only plus 96, that's a 212 average. And 32nd right now is minus 39. You're talking about 135 pins. I mean, that's steep, but it's not unthinkable. I mean, think of it this way. If the player in 12th doubles their score and they get to be plus 192, and the player in last place at minus 39 goes plus 220, they're only a mark out at that point, and our leader went plus 214. The last couple of weeks, we have had players in that plus 230, 240 range for 8 games. So if the player down at the bottom comes out, gambles the second block and finds something and manages to average, at a 230 clip, 232, 233, yeah, they could close that gap in those 8 games. So it's between realistically possible and mathematically possible. It's not realistic that a player that struggled to average 200 for the first 8 games is going to bang out 235 a game the second block, but these players are at this level for a reason. They are professionals. They are the best in the world, and that's not just lip service. We've talked about it before. The best players in the world are here on the PWBA Tour, representing Singapore, Colombia, Mexico, the United Kingdom, Germany, Latvia, Ukraine, Indonesia, Canada. So yeah, the best in the world are here, and I wouldn't put it past any of them to put up a huge number.
We're going to sit on here, so.
I thought tonight I'm bringing a couple special guests into the booth. The man joining me right now, he's known as an Open Championships Eagle winner. He's known as a Team Trials champion, a gold medal winner. But here in Orlando, he is the lane guy.
Yep.
John Janowicz, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, how you doing, Daniel?
Doing well.
Good, good, good. So,
There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We
Good.
got you. We got you.
Perfect. How's it going?
It's going well. I
right.
wanted to bring you in and get your expertise on, as all of our viewers know, the pattern isn't disclosed until the TV show. But what are you seeing the first 8 games out of these players this morning?
I mean, the little bit I've watched, I watched a little bit this morning, and I'm kind of observing a little bit now. And I mean, the biggest thing I see is, because I probably bowl in this center 4 or 5 times a year and have bowled it since this place opened. So I mean, there's the DNA of the surface is pretty strong in this building. The outside kind of hangs, and the tracks become pretty dominant as the surface has gotten a little bit older. So I mean, it just seems like it's a little touchy if you're playing outside. I mean, there's definitely some hook in the middle. So I mean, I think a lot of it is just trying to get a smooth ball reaction, just kind of control the down lane than anything else, and try to control the pocket, and just try to stay out of trouble. Get a ball and use some angle from the front that doesn't give you a 6 every time you miss the pocket. I think that's probably the key for right now. And then that's kind of what I was watching when they got into like game 2, game 3. Then it started to open up a little bit, and then the ball track on the right side started to come into play, and then you could just kind of swing could loosen up a little bit more. But yeah, it's a little touchy in the fresh, there's no doubt.
So, and talking about the fresh, there's one player in the field, and she sees the fresh every pair, and that's Shannon Plahowski. How does this, with her being the lone lefty, how would this affect her?
Like I said, it's the hardest thing, I know in lane maintenance, the hardest thing we have to deal with is balancing left-right, because we know if you make them really easy on both sides, the left's going to run you over, because it's going to be stable the whole turn, the whole 8 games, the whole block. If it's too hard on both sides, well, the traffic eventually helps in most cases open up the right side, and then the left side stays closed down, so it becomes very hard. So, a lot of times it's kind of a guess, and like I said, a lot of times that's where the surface usually will kick in, and if there is some friction outside, then a lot of those cases, then she'll bowl pretty well. But if not, it can be kind of a rough go. So, but I mean, she's obviously one of the best to ever play the game. So I mean, if anybody's going to figure it out, it'll be her. So I mean, I actually haven't watched her bowl too much, throw too many shots so far this block. So I'm not sure what how she's bowling or how she's attacking them. But
well, I'll admit, after watching the practice session yesterday, it looked like she had a pretty good look with both urethane balls that she had out there, and she was kind of my pick to make TV. And this morning, that motion, that mid lane read from those urethane balls was not there. She could not create the motion, and then she went to resin. But yeah, Shannon's towards the back end of the field and has been struggling. I know a lot of shots off. Shannon's a very physically emotional player at the foul line, where if she doesn't like a shot, pretty quick.
Yeah, oh, no doubt.
And I saw a lot of that this morning, so maybe she wasn't physically in a good place. But what I saw in practice yesterday, as far as ball motion, I did not see from her earlier today.
Right, okay. And that's just like anything else. I mean, even the best, sometimes you just have days where physically you just don't have it, for whatever reason. It's, I know I'm the same way myself. You can feel great one day, and then you come in the next day and just, I don't know, just timing-wise, just none of the gears seem to be lining up together. You just kind of grinding your own gears physically, and then and at this level, I mean, if you're not quite at it physically, and you're not executing shots really good, I mean, it's pretty easy to fall behind in a hurry. So I mean, you're dealing with some of the best in the world right here. So and especially now this late in the season, they're all really, really sharp right now. It's not like maybe week 1 or week 2, and some of them haven't been bowling a whole lot, leading up prior to. But I mean, now they're you're looking at some of the sharpest of the of the players right now. So I mean, yeah, they're executing pretty good, no doubt.
One of the things we've noticed, or at least I've noticed on the men's side over the years, when you bowl on the same pattern in back-to-back blocks or back-to-back days, is as the days where the blocks go on, the men start to migrate further in as the days go on. Is that something we see out here on the women's tour?
I would believe you still would. I would believe you still would. I think some of it is depending on whose eyes you're looking through. The lanes will tighten up a little bit down the lane. That's kind of no matter what kind of when you're dealing with any elite tournament, you're going to see that to some degree. And I think also, I mean, when you get to the next block, you kind of reevaluate. Obviously, for all the right-handers, they're going to be a lot farther left than where they were when they started in the morning. So, I mean, you kind of combine that and the fact that, well, listen, maybe there's a way I can get there a little faster and beat everybody else to the punch.
That's what I was going to ask.
I mean, I think that's just kind of a natural tendency to, if I know I've got to go there eventually, what can I do to maybe get a better look now, whether it be, surface preparation. Obviously, they don't have enough time to drill balls in between here, but I mean, like, can I drill into some balls, for tomorrow, for the ones that are going to make it? What can I do to, try to, improve my look? And like anything else, too. I mean, when you got 32 players and, the ones who are in the top 3 or 4 or 5, they're pretty happy with what they did in the fresh. But at the same time, if you're in the bottom 16, you're not going to do the same thing you did
right
the first block, or if you're probably going to stay in the bottom 16. So it's like, what are you going to do? What do I need to do to change my look? And in most cases, they're going to go a little farther left and see if they can, maybe create something a little different with a different ball, different hand release, ball speed, rev rate combination, make some kind of a change. And whenever whenever they establish that on the fresh in game 1, it changes the dynamic of how the lanes are going to play for the second block. And next it's a slightly different look. So whether it be maybe there's going to be another arrow left, or now all of a sudden the people who had good ball reaction for pin carry, now all of a sudden, it changed just enough to where maybe their ball's reading a little more in the front and a little tighter down the lane, where they can't strike as much as they did in the first blocks. I mean, there's always going to be constant adjustments going on. So.
Well, 2 of our 3 players at the top of the standings who struggled game 1 out the gate. Rocio Restrepo, who was our leader, only shot 198 the first game this morning. Her struggles on the fresh appear to continue. 2 opens through 7 frames, and she's looking at a 6-9-10 here in the 8th. And Shannon O'Keefe, who only shot 178 the first game this morning. A lot of that were back row pins. I believe her dad, Don, said she had 7 back row single pins.
Wow.
Game 1. But here this evening, she certainly figured out the keys to carry them.
Yep. Like anything, all the greats they always manage a way to find a way to tweak ball reaction just a little bit, just to be able to strike. So I mean, she's obviously bowling pretty good this year. So
3 titles, leading the Player of the Year points right now.
Yep. She's got it pretty well figured out now. So it isn't surprising.
One name we talked a lot about yesterday and even this morning is Erin McCarthy, bouncing back from Louisville. In her own words, just a disappointing and almost embarrassing performance, as she said in her interview with Erin last week. Our own Erin Smith, and she's second after this morning. Just came in, looked physically different. And Louisville, she looked her body language was bad. She looked physically defeated after each shot. But this morning was a completely different Erin McCarthy.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, they're just, percentages say, if you bowl enough of these tournaments, you're going to have a bad one.
Yeah.
I mean, whether, it'd be just because your ball roll doesn't naturally match up to the surface and the condition, whether it just be, physically you're tired or whatever it may be. I mean, like I said, just percentages show, history shows that, if you bowl enough of them, you're just going to have a really, really bad one. And, that was obviously it for her, but obviously now, Pulled great yesterday in the PTQ. I mean, she led the PTQ, I believe, yesterday.
She did.
So I mean,
yes.
She's a heck of a bowler. Like I said, like anything, the great ones figure it out.
Caitlin Simpson pretty quietly this morning, putting together a good block, plus 150, averaging just under 219. And as Rocio splits here in the 9th. Looks like a piece of tape came off her jersey and landed out on the lane just past the foul line.
Flying patch.
Yeah. Mentioning Caitlin, she rolls a 2-pin forward. Caitlin tied with Giselle Poss for 6th after this morning, getting plus 150. Just 2 games under 200. Her book ends 192 game 1, 180 game 8. But she's a player who's been consistently putting up good numbers at least the last 2 weeks that I've been here, and it appears that this week may be kind of a breakout week for her.
She's a pretty solid player. Actually, this is actually the first time I've really actually seen her bowl. I've heard the name for years, but yeah, good game, good ball roll, solid fundamentals. Just like anything, just got to get out here and bowl more and more experience. So, and this is by far the best avenue to get better, no doubt. I mean, the breakdown you're going to see here. I mean, it's just either one of between the PWBA and the PBA tours. I mean, this is definitely it's definitely where you learn how to bowl, no doubt. You see the breakdown and the quality of level of execution. I mean, it's definitely not going to see that anywhere locally at home.
Looks like these players are still seeing a lot of east to west motion at the end of the pattern. Quite hasn't tightened up to their liking just yet. I know as a competitive player, for me, the shorter the pattern, again, we don't know what's out there, but the shorter the pattern is, you want the end of the pattern to tighten up as quick as possible, because that reaction, once it gets from the oil to the dry back ends, is so fierce.
Yep.
And it doesn't appear these back ends have quite tightened up just yet.
No, no, it's still pretty, definitely still looks a little violent, especially if you get it inside of about 10 down the lane. It's definitely comes off really, really strong, and you can see some of the players are trying to combat it with trying to get a little bit more, whether it be using more angle for the front to get the ball to bleed off a little bit more, or whether they're trying to trap it a little bit more, just so that way it just comes off. Getting a little bit more up the back of the ball, just to try to control the back part of the lane, more than anything. They're trying all different kind of ways. Some are using a little bit more surface to try to get to bleed off a little more. So I mean, yeah, any ways they can, they should try to get some control down the lane, and then just try to grind it out. Wait till they transition a little bit, and then then from there hopefully make up some pins. But yeah, just try to not get yourself in too much trouble. Try to stay around even, maybe catch a good pair, and maybe get to plus 20 or whatnot in the first 2 games, and then from there you can just go ahead and move in and see if you can crack them pretty good.
Well, unfortunately, our tournament leader, Rocio Restrepo, is going to spend the next 7 games, or at least the next couple of games, trying to make up pins that she gave away here this game. Doubles the 10th to get into the 170s. Every other player on her pair has a chance to double their respective 10th frames to get into the 240s. One of which being Shannon O'Keefe, who just sits only 23 pins behind Rocio coming into this second block.
Most everybody in that pair is a little farther right than she is too. I think that might, at least on that pair, yeah, it definitely doesn't look too good.
Well, and even this morning on the fresh, and she said this in her interview afterwards, that her angles were really steep all day, and typically she said when I do that, the ball doesn't go through the pins the right way, but today it did. And her problem that I saw early is her angles were so steep, whenever she missed left, it was that. The ball made a J move, and she was looking 3-4-6-7, 3-4-6-7-10, 4-7-10, stuff like that.
Yep. Right. Doesn't appear to be throwing much surface either, which I think that's probably also looks like a lot of that stuff is on. Can't tell what she's throwing exactly, but it almost looks like it's like box finish and looks a little on the shiny side. It's probably not helping her either. Maybe she feels like she needs that to get through the front part of the lane the right way, but yeah, it's definitely
That's one thing I noticed earlier this morning that Aaron and I were talking about. I didn't see as much surface out there on these balls as I expected.
Yeah.
I know Taylor Bulltice throws a lot of surface, and she's got it in her hands. A couple other players had visibly surfaced on their balls, but everything else looks, under the lights, looks pretty smooth, and dare I say, some of them maybe even shiny.
Yeah. I think maybe some of that too is because of the fact the surface is a little older here, and there's a little more friction in the front part of the lane. Maybe some of them don't really feel like they need to, need that extra help to get it to slow down through the front part of the lane. Liz is bowling a pretty good game right now, playing almost right in the ball track area, throwing a little harder.
So I introduced you, giving us kind of some of your personal accolades. What's in the near future for your bowling schedule?
I just really have a lot of local stuff coming up. The next major thing I have to bowl actually is the World Cup in November. That'll be the next major thing I actually have to bowl. But most everything I've got from here is just mostly local stuff. So I get a lot of traveling for Kegel that I have to do. We got to leave in about a week and a half for the Lucky Larson Masters over in Sweden. I have to take care of lane maintenance for that, and then I'll actually be home for about almost a month from there. And then, like I said, then the travels will definitely start kicking in. I got to go to Kuwait for the Asian Championships for 2 weeks, and then it'll be shortly after that I got to go to Hong Kong for the Asian Deaf Games, and then the World Cup, and then should be home if everything goes on the schedule. Should be home about 2 days, and then I got to go back to Philippines to take care of the Southeast Asian Games, and then that'll pretty much wrap me up to about the second week of December. So it's
wow.
The travel kicks in, so I'm going to try to, after the Lucky Larson Masters, I'm going to try to take advantage of that month or so I'll be home and really try to work on, get sharp with the game and kind of almost do some of my prep for the World Cup then. So, and go from there. So, but yeah, it's that time of the season, so we'll be busy, but it's good though. Can't complain too much. So.
Looks like Stephanie Johnson, 278 the first game.
Oh, wow.
She was at plus 61. That puts her at plus 139, which will undoubtedly put her inside the top 12 moving into the second game this evening.
Wow.
Wanted to mention to you a post you made after Junior Gold that I got a lot of comments and a lot of people talking about it on social media. Was what you wrote about Dear Junior Gold participants.
Yeah.
One of the paragraphs in there that really stuck out to me, and I talked about it last week in Louisville, and I wanted to reiterate it, is you said, take it from someone who didn't win his first Eagle until he was 31 and didn't make Team USA for the first time until he was 34, but still made it into the USBC Hall of Fame by age 45. Some accelerate up the hill at an early age, some in their 20s and some in their 30s and beyond. I was the latter. Mm-hmm. And those were some words that I myself, and I know a couple of others, really took to heart.
Oh, I mean, it's something I don't know, something every once in a while I just kind of feel like I feel like it's something I just kind of need to be said. Because, I mean, at that age, I'd felt that many times, where, you bowl these junior tournaments and you see somebody else who throws the ball so good physically, and you're like, oh my gosh, how am I ever going to beat that guy? Or, you don't finish, very well in a tournament. You thought you were ready, and then you come there and you finish in the bottom half of the field, and then, you're like, wow, I worked that hard, and it gets very discouraging. But, like I said, there's so much to learn in this game, and it takes so long. I mean, at least one of the good things now is that, coaching has definitely gotten way better in the last 20 years, where now, it's easier to find good coaching, and also the internet helps out obviously a lot, and YouTube and whatnot does definitely help a lot. But I mean, a lot of the other facets of the game are what really takes so long to learn, knowing when to switch balls, when to use surface, when to use loft, when to use angle, all those things. I mean, and more importantly, how those relate to you, because, like adjustments that you might make on a certain pair of lanes might be different than what I might make. Mm-hmm. They'll still be the proper adjustments, but, because your rev rate and ball speed is different, and, rotation combinations different than mine, like I said, everybody's got different skill sets, and I think that's the part that just takes years to learn, and you just can't be frustrated. You can't, because it can be overwhelming. You go to a tournament like Junior Gold, and there's 4,500 kids, and like I said, it's just it can be overwhelming. But and a lot of times, you can feel like you're really falling behind. But like I said, if you keep working hard at it, I mean, it's just something that the pieces will start to of the puzzle will start to fit, and you have to be patient. You just have to be patient. And I think that's one of the hardest things that I joke about with friends back home is where you see a lot of great talent from some youth at home, and then all of a sudden they quit, and I always said it's either because they run out of money or they run out of patience, and and a lot of times, sadly, it's not. It ain't because they ran out of money, I mean,
right.
It's just a lot of times they got so frustrated and they couldn't stand it anymore, and you just gotta keep plugging away, and like I said, because it just takes, literally decades to learn some of these things and how all these adjustments relate to you, and being understanding surfaces, lane patterns, bowling balls, RGs, differentials, how to move, when do you need to move 10 left as opposed to just kind of chasing it in, or when it's just. It takes a long time. It just really takes a long time. And like I tell a lot of the kids, at Weber too, the same thing. You learn all you can in the 4 years you're here, because it's just it goes by fast. It goes by fast, and you just try to learn as much as you possibly can when you have good coaches, and if you have some good resources around you. Try to take advantage of that as much as you can, because not everybody has that. Also in different parts of the country, the amount of level of knowledge is different. Especially when I was growing up, there were definitely certain pockets of the country where there was definitely a lot more knowledge than others.
Right.
And so you try to learn as much as you can. Whenever you're in those areas, and like I said, if you can get surrounded by good players, people that work and bowl on the tours, try to tap into that as much as you possibly can.
Well, and as you said, players that are in college, use those 4 years as best you can. I can attest to this, that once you get out of college and real life kicks in, you don't have those free hours that you had in college every day to go practice.
Oh, absolutely.
You're working 40-plus hours a week, and maybe you're living with a wife or husband or a significant other,
Yep.
and you've got responsibilities at home, and all of a sudden that, 30 hours a week you had for practice at your college bowling center, you don't have that anymore.
Yep, exactly. And then depending on what part of the country you live in, when you do have the practice, you've got to bowl on the old 11-to-1 house condition, which isn't quite the same as ain't going to quite get you quite as sharp getting ready for USBC Open Championships or team trials or whatnot. And same thing when you're trying to test bowling balls and trying to figure out what balls you want to bring to the Open or the team trials, and you bring 12 of them and they all hit the pocket. Well, it makes it a little harder to figure out what balls really are doing what, and so you just definitely try to, like I said, take advantage of the college experience, especially like I said for those. And I didn't bowl college, but I kind of went the other direction where I just bowled all the money tournaments, and that's kind of how I learned. But I think the college route is definitely the way to do it. By all means. So it's a great experience, and it's fortunate to be able to watch the intercollegiate team championships, and and be able to watch like the NCAAs. It's definitely want to take advantage of all those experiences you possibly can.
Still waiting on some updates from game number 1 of the block, game number 9 of the tournament. Take a look who's on our featured pairs this game. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Sydney Brummett, Tanya Rumapir, and Clara Guerrero on 33 and 34. Next door, 35 and 36, Sandra Gongora, Diana Zavyalova, Caroline Lagrange, and Valerie Bercier. Talked about Valerie and Julia Bond earlier, the two players in the running for Rookie of the Year. Valerie in 17th coming into this block, and Julia down in 30th. So Valerie with a 7,000-point lead in the points with 3 events to go leads Julia in this tournament. This will be coming off that 300 at Executive Strike and Spare last week. This week was a good opportunity for Julia to keep that momentum going, but it appears at least after 8 games, Valerie has the upper hand. Sydney Brummett with the ever-popular 5-6. That's one of those splits you don't see on house shot. One of those leaves you don't see on house shots, but you will see on sport shots. Just the odd stuff.
Yeah. House shot might have probably been a 4 or 5. So.
Yeah. which we saw on TV a few weeks ago from Jordan Richard.
Yeah, I did hear about that. I didn't see the show, but yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah. Oops.
I know all of us in the TV truck thought it was good. Even Kelly on the telecast off her hand goes, "Oh, that's good," and it just lays off when it gets down the lane. Like, oh, no. Jordan. So, kind of going back to what you said, you bowl enough tournaments and you're going to have a stinker of a day. You bowl enough matches, you're throwing enough balls, you're going to leave one of those.
Oh, absolutely.
Clara shows us the best way to make the 7-10, and that's to scout both pins on the first shot.
Yeah. I still remember having a chance to win a state team title about probably 5 years ago, and I needed the first hit, and I threw it pretty good off the hand, and I 4.57'd, and that was like 5 years ago, and I was like,
so that was in the resin age.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That was 5 years ago. Yeah. So I mean, I think I got to the dry a little quick, and it kind of petered out. But I'm like, I didn't think it was that bad, and yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, whatever happened, it had been stuck like Velcro to the kickback, and that was the end of it. So finished second that year. Oh well. But yeah, like I said, it happens. Yeah, do this long enough, you're going to see the bazaar. That's for sure.
Well, City Tournament this year at Kingpin Lanes in Louisville, I was on the front 10 and left a pocket 7-8.
Oh.
That was and we got it on video, which made it even better.
Oh man.
Yeah, so that it's going to happen. Aaron mentioned in the chat the latest episode of the Bowl TV Central On the Road podcast is up. Aaron and I filmed it yesterday. Going back to talking about Rookie of the Year race between Julia and Valerie, we also talked about the Player of the Year race coming down to arguably 3 players, Shannon, Danielle, and Dasha. And then we got our thoughts on who we thought could catch fire the back half of this year and make a serious run through Orlando and into Raleigh for the players, and then Richmond for the season-ending Tour Championship. So check that out on Bowl TV Central. Aaron commenting in the chat, he's known quite well for 4.57s. He says that happens to the best of us, JJ.
Yeah. I think my ball went on first thing I thought of was like, man, good thing I threw 16 pounds. Boy, I tell you what, I threw 15s. I might have the 10 in there too. So. Jeez.
So, and that leads me to a question: why 16 over 15?
You know, I've thought about maybe trying 15s coming up in the next couple of years, mostly just because I'll be 50 in 3 more years, so I might actually try a couple of senior stops. But for me, when I actually threw 15s for about 7 months, quite a few years ago, and for me, I didn't like the hitting power.
Okay.
And being right of 20, it wasn't too bad. It was not real easy to see, but when I had to start getting into like 5th arrow, 6th arrow, and start getting near the gutter caps, that's where I really started to see the flat 10s really kicked in for the on the 15s, and especially in this day and age where you're spending way more time in that zone of the lane now. I was like, I haven't been able to go down to 15s, but it's something I'm gonna think about, because I do know the 15s and for some of the companies definitely seem to hook a little bit more. They do read the mid lane a little bit better, so it might be something I might consider in the next coming years, and because also I don't think they have too many 16s on the senior tour truck, so I've kind of figured if anything, maybe that might be the time to look at it a little bit more seriously.
Well, Norm still throws 16, doesn't he?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's still some holdouts that do. So, but like I said, for me it's fine. But like I said, the way my ball hits, I'd like to throw some 18s if I could. But oh well.
Tanya leaves from what I can count the 5th Greek church I've seen in this house tonight. And she shoots the 4.7, doesn't go for count, goes for the make. We've got some scores after game 1 tonight. Shannon O'Keefe takes the lead at plus 238. Aaron McCarthy second at plus 210. Rocio Restrepo third at plus 189. Danielle McEwen at 186, and Kelly Kulik, thanks to a 247, jumps up and rounds out the top 5, plus 163, just 1 pin ahead of Giselle Poss at 162. Caitlin Simpson, 146. Josie Barnes, 143. Stephanie Johnson, 139. Tied in 10th, Jordan Richard, Brianna Cote, both at plus 138. And in 12th place, the cut with 7 games to go for tomorrow morning, Liz Culkin at plus 113, a 212.56 average. Just outside the top 12, but inside the top 20, Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 95. Liz Johnson at 91. Clara Guerrero, 79. Birgit Poplar at plus 74. Taylor Bultice, 71. Valerie Bercier, 70. Ashley Galante, 61. And Jody Westner at plus 51. That is your top 20. So do you know out here on Women's Tour, is it mostly 15? There's some 14s out there?
I know there's a couple of 14s out here. I think the most of them are 15s.
Okay.
Like Missy Parkin still throws 16s.
She does.
But yeah, I think Jody Westner might still throw 16s as well too. But I think there's a couple 14s that I'm pretty sure Sydney Brummett throws 14s. So how many others, I'm not really too sure. But you throw 15s or?
I do.
Okay.
I have ever since I was probably, I think 15 or 16 when I
Okay.
moved up to 15s.
Okay.
And that was right around, that was 2001, 2002, when everybody was pretty much kind of capping it at 15. My dad threw 16. He came from a generation where you moved up to 16 as quick as you could.
Yep.
And I think that kind of slowed down with my generation.
Yep.
Most of the guys around my age, give or take 5 years north or south of where I'm at, are still throwing 15.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know how many of the younger generation these days are throwing 16 either.
Yeah, I'd probably bet on the under that a lot of them are throwing 16. I'd probably say most of them are at 15 these days. So, which I think frankly with a lot of the kids' rev rates these days, I think 15 is just fine. Frankly,
that's a good point.
So. I know if I was 500 off the hand, I'd probably be looking at 15s as well, too. So.
Well, and as you mentioned, right of about fourth arrow, you didn't notice a big difference, and I would say that less than 1% of the bowling population has to competitively worry about fifth arrow and sixth arrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's only really ever at the elite levels that that part of the lane really comes into play. So.
Sandra Gongora showing her elite level with the front 5 here on 35 and 36. No one with more than a double the other 7 players on our featured pair. So as a lane guy who knows the pattern when it's put out and you're watching the players, do you look to see if they are playing the quote right area of the lane and watch how they transition it?
Yeah, I mean, like anything, you have a picture in your mind of where I would play in anything, and when you look at some of the other players, okay, based on her rev rate and her ball speed, you'd think she'd be here or this part or throwing these kind of bowling balls, and more than anything, I just like to look and see if if that's what they're doing, or for that matter, or if you get surprised every once in a while. Because, like anything, with different rev rates and ball speed and combinations, some players will see, some good ball reaction in parts of the lane that I wouldn't have thought they would have. But like anything, it's that's just the thing I look for more than anything. And especially like this center, since I bowled here so often, the house characteristics of what you're going to be dealing with, regardless of what the pattern's going to be. I like to see how soon does the characteristic of the surface really start to pop out. Before how long does the pattern hold up before the surface really takes over.
Now, is that more about what surface is out there or the age of the surface?
I think it's at this stage it's a little more the age of the surface than anything. So, because after a while, I mean, when synthetics get to a certain age, I mean, just the beating from all the bowling, the open play down the middle and the head area, all the league play and the track. I mean, it just causes enough scratching and enough it just wears out the surface enough to where it doesn't really matter if it's bad, if it's old enough. It doesn't matter how much oil you put out there. It's you're not going to hide it for very long. So that's usually the things I always get. I'm always very interested in. Why I also like to watch ball reaction a lot at these tournaments, is I like to see how soon do you start seeing those house characteristics pop up more than anything. I was like also watching the leaders, where are they playing, because a lot of times you can see some distinct characteristics of the people who are in your top 5 or so. I mean, they tend to throw maybe a certain speed, certain kind of rotation. Maybe they're throwing surface, maybe they're throwing shiny. They're throwing a certain angle through the front part of the lane. They're probably within about a 3 or 4 board radius through the front, and they're probably within about a 2 or 3 board radius down the lane. Using a certain angle. So I always like to look for those trends more than anything. To me, it's still fascinating to me after all these years. How different ways people attack a lane condition based on their rev rate and ball speed combinations.
One of the things at Junior Gold, I was at Thunder Bowl, that drove me nuts was watching the kids. I knew from watching it was a longer pattern, because anytime their ball hit about 12, 13, it looked like it went 60 feet.
Yeah.
And those kids, they wanted to see friction so bad. Well, it was either that, I haven't talked to Nick, but it was either that surface or the way Nick Hoagland designed the pattern. They had an instant hook off 3, 4, 5 at like 15, 20 feet.
Yeah.
So they all, on what ended up being released was a 50-foot pattern, they all jumped out to 3, 4, 5 to get that instant hook, and they were playing the wrong area of the lane. And every now and then, I would see this kid come across my pairs that was playing at break point of 12, 13, 14. And when the ball got to the pins,
right,
you could tell it just wanted to strike.
Right.
The ball knew that's where it needed to be.
Right.
But the minute he missed left or right, with having no help in there, they were out to lunch.
Yep.
And I want to so bad to take these kids and go, just move to 11, 12, 13. Just stay there for a game. It'll open up.
Yeah.
And they never did.
Yeah. A lot of times, especially like I said, and a lot of it has to do with house conditions. Where you're so used to looking at the mistake area left to right. I mean, a lot of times you really don't look at it from front to back. And as far as I'm concerned, from a carry standpoint, that's really where you really have to observe the lane is front to back. Because if you're in the wrong part of the lane, front to back wise, I mean, you might be able to hit the pocket, but the problem is then when you miss, usually that's where I find that's where the 5s and the 6s happen most of the time. When you miss, you just can't break up any splits, and so you're just not playing a lane front to back properly that way. And that's where, that's like anything that comes with experience.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with experience, and always trying the different parts of the lane. When it comes to checking out where you should be playing, seeing where the friction is, and seeing where the ball is slowing down on certain parts of the lane that that'll give you the best margin of error. Like I said, not as much side to side, but more front to back than anything else.
So Andre about to step up on 36 on the front 6. We have not had a 300 yet today. Had a couple players on front 8 this morning, but no one able to convert in the 9th. Gongora on front 6. Can't get the friendly roll on the 2-pin. Either pushed it a little long or got it a little right. Either way, that ball did not slow down where she needed it to.
I didn't think it was a bad shot, frankly, but it just definitely didn't look like it slowed down enough down the lane. Could be that transitions happening now. I mean, we're in the middle toward the end of game 2 now. So I mean, it's ball's moving down a little bit down the lane, leaving the front. So I mean, it's gonna be up to the players to try to figure out how to get it to shape properly.
One thing I've noticed traveling to local tournaments or tournaments in my region of the country up in Kentucky for men's tournaments, and I walked through the pit area yesterday during practice session, and didn't see any of these balls in the bags. I just didn't see one, outside of Shannon Plahowski, I didn't see one urethane ball. Is that a trend that hasn't quite reached the PWBA, or the players hesitant to try it? Do you know?
It's. I think maybe with the women, it's hard to say, but I think maybe with the women, maybe since the rev rates in general are definitely lower, compared to the men's tour. I think maybe there might not be a lack of, maybe there's a lack of confidence that they can get the ball to go through the pins properly, because of the fact that it is a lot flatter down the lane. I think maybe that might be some of it, and I think also maybe for some, I mean, if you look at, there's a lot of young girls here who also, a lot of them didn't probably even throw urethane. So, I mean, they're not used to seeing that kind of an early shape where, it shapes a lot more in the front 25 feet, and then it's just very, very flat down the lane. So I think they're probably not used to seeing, that shape's kind of a little foreign to them, so they're probably not going to gravitate toward it. So I think maybe that might be a little bit of it. But, I mean, some of the higher rev rate, girls, they definitely, definitely could try it. And like I said, I think you definitely should, especially if the lane's telling you need to play right of 12. I mean, I still think that's definitely an option, but definitely to look at, no doubt. So I mean, goodness knows. I mean, especially you look at a lot of the kids today. I mean, they're all throwing them.
Oh, they can't get to them quick enough.
No, yeah. I mean, whether they need to or not. I mean, they're
yeah.
I think you almost kind of get the opposite problem. Like when you get to junior gold. I mean, I think some of them tend to throw it where they really don't need to or shouldn't. But like I said, it's at the same time, like I said, when you're dealing with the kids that have a lot of rev rate and they're looking for control. I mean, that's still the best option in the bag. So I mean, it's I don't blame them. I can't blame them. So.
Back-to-back missed single pins here on the featured pair, one by DZ and one by Sydney Brummett, both 10 pins, one missed right, one missed left. That's something that it pains me to see, is missed single pins.
Yep. It is amazing with as complex as the game is today, with moves and trying to figure out strategies and lane play, that it's still amazing how a lot of times the biggest tournaments are always determined by miss spares and a lot of times miss single pin spares. So it's always goes back to basic fundamentals. You can have the best play in football that you want, but if you don't complete the snap, the snap of the football to the quarterback, I mean, the whole play goes right out the window. So I mean, it's basic fundamentals. A lot of times just at this level, it's just mental lapse. That's all it is. So.
And as we're talking about it, Ramon in the chat says that Verity just missed a 5-pin. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say on this is, like I said, there's definitely some hook in the middle of the lane. I mean, if you're trying to maybe get lined up, or maybe trying a different ball or whatnot to see, if you try to move in, you cut one a little short. Yeah, that can happen. So, when was the last 5-pin you missed? You remember?
I do. It was just a few months ago, because before that, the last 5-pin I missed was the 10th frame of the second game of qualifying on the short pattern at Junior Gold in 2006.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was the last 5-pin in competition I missed.
Oh, wow.
And then I missed one, what was I? I was bowling something a couple months ago. Back home. It was right before I went to Vegas for the OC, so it was sometime in March. I missed a 5-pin somewhere.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it happens. So.
That last one stands out in my mind so much because it was the short pattern at Boca Raton in Fort Lauderdale, and I went 190 to start, and after missing that 5-pin, I got so mad. I shot like 40, 50, 50, 60 the last 4 to get to plus 150 on the block.
Oh, wow. It's funny. Funny you mentioned that because, I worked that Junior Gold that year. So.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, yeah. And I was at the Boca Raton Center, so small world.
Well, as we begin to wrap up Game 2, JJ, I want to thank you for taking some time to join us.
Absolutely.
What, as we've seen 2 games now, do you think this field is going to break them down similarly to how they did this morning? They're in the same area of the lane. Are they looking a little further left now than they were earlier?
I mean, when I watched like in practice session yesterday and kind of watching them, I mean, a lot of the girls, there were definitely someone that were definitely trying to play to the right. I mean, from a ball motion standpoint, I'm just not really sure if that's really the best place to play. I mean, I know just from my experience here, I think it's kind of a trap. So, but I mean, I think, I could just see definitely the girls probably going farther left, no doubt about it. Now, whether they're going to strike more or not, whether they get a little tight down the lane and whether they're able to get the ball to go to the pins properly, that's another whole story. But I mean, frankly, I think they're going to be farther left, and I think some of them are definitely already gravitating to that point already right now. I mean, I'm already seeing some of them already getting to 17, 18 at the arrows. So I mean, considering they've got 6 more to go, I could definitely see it, going farther left, and maybe if anything. There'll be a few that definitely bowl very well because their games are geared to playing that part of the lane. But I think when you have to start getting that far left and you have to start using more angle, I mean, I think for some of the girls, definitely pin carry will tend to get a little bit worse. If anything, they won't quite carry quite as many hits. So I think I could maybe see scores maybe staying about the same or maybe even maybe tailing off a little bit. Okay. But I think they'll still be a few pretty good games though.
One of our viewers in the chat mentioned that all 3 players after those missed single pins put strikes on the back end of it. And I noticed that, I think it was Maria Jose Rodriguez on TV last week. In her 3 matches, on all 3 opens she put doubles on the back end of those opens. And that's why these players are next level, because when they have a mistake like that, even a mistake as big as a missed single pin that can just fry you out, they're able to put it behind them and go out and make a great shot the next frame up.
Yep, and like I said, that's usually the difference between the elite players, because I know, goodness knows, most of the time I usually see people miss single pins. It's usually followed up by 5 through the middle right after that. So, that's just a testament of some of the elite level players, no doubt.
Well, we saw that on the featured pair Game 4 in the first block. Jordan Richard at the front 8 missed a 4-pin in the 9th and then 4-6 in the 10th.
Yeah. That's the rough way to go back to 240. That's for sure.
Yeah, turn 3 into 279 into 246.
Yep.
A couple pair down. Danielle McEwen going to shoot 238 this game. Liz Culkin already in the 240, excuse me, the 250, 240s to our left.
Yep.
One more strike in the 11th puts her in the 50s. So some of those players that are hovering around the top 5, top 10 number, like you said, starting to put up some numbers that we might see, some bigger numbers.
Yeah, she's closer to like 18 at the arrow, 18 range, getting closer to 20 at the arrow. So yeah, it's. Yep. Get the Mayflower truck. They're moving in.
Yes,
so.
They are. Tanya 189, little slap around the 10 in the field. Clara's already in the 230s. Sitting 15th at plus 79 the cut, Liz Culkin, and plus 113. Liz going to shoot 247 this game, so assuredly that cut number going to go up. A 25-pin gap between Liz and the tie for 10th at plus 138. Shannon O'Keefe sitting by herself up top, plus 238 this game, though. Reports in the chat that she's going to be in the 180, 190 range. The last 2 weeks, we've had some pretty exciting bowling coming down to the game 16, the final game on Friday night, and it doesn't look like tonight's going to be any different. MJR puts herself in the 220s with that strike. like Shannon O'Keefe's max score, according to Ramon, is 172. Erin McCarthy's in the 180 range. Looks like she can spare strike the 10th for 180 even. So if you hear that beeping, it's the top two backing up just a little bit to the field. Nice 210 conversion,
Yep.
Maria Jose
Yep.
Rodriguez.
Save the count.
Yep. Every pin matters.
Yeah.
That top 12 cut the last 2 weeks has come down to a matter of, in one instance, 3 pins.
Wow.
In East Hartford, it was almost a shootout the final game, as we had about 4 players hovering around the top 12 cut, all of them north of about 210, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then Louisville last week, it was anticlimactic to the point where we had, who was it? We had Liz Culkin, Brianna Cote. I have to pull this up, but Verity Crawley and Sydney Brummett both went into the 10th on a single and a double, and either one of them marks, they both make the top 12. Well, Verity, big 4s, and Sydney on the double, big 5s. Wow. So Liz Culkin and Brianna Cote step up. Bree can get the first one, and Liz needs a double, and they would both jump Verity and Sydney. And Brianna rings a horrible 10-pin, and then Liz leaves a flat 10.
Oh, jeez. High drama.
Yes. All right, as we wrap up game 2, we're going to take a quick break. At least the talking people are. We'll leave obviously the video and the audio up. Let the soothing sounds of pins crashing entertain you. JJ, thanks again, sir.
Yes. Thanks again, Daniel.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for having me on.
And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. You're watching the second block of qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. On Bowl TV, bowling lives here.
hear a dogger? Got a dogger barking. Oh, it's a kid being a dog. Okay. Good work.
All right, Game 3 in tonight's 8-game block here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. John, you asked what the leaderboard looks like. Well, here's what it looks like after 10 games, which is to say that's after 2 games tonight. Danielle McEwen is your leader, plus 223. Rocio Restrepo, plus 212. Shannon O'Keefe, plus 206. Caitlin Simpson, plus 193. Josie Barnes and Erin McCarthy tied in 5th place at plus 189. Kelly Kulik in 7th at plus 175. Jordan Richard, 165. Liz Culkin, 160. Giselle Poss, plus 154. In 10th, outside the top 10, inside the top 12, which is the cutoff spot for tomorrow morning with 6 games remaining. Well, 5.5 now. Stephanie Johnson in 11th at plus 149. And Brianna Cote in 12th at plus 138. Outside the top 12, inside the top 20, Clara Guerrero, plus 127. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 122. Then it's a steep drop down to Valerie Bercier in 15th at plus 86. Sandra Gongora in 16th at plus 69, tied with Missy Parkin at plus 69. Liz Johnson, 18th at plus 66. Taylor Bultice, 19th, plus 65, and 20th, Jody Wessner, plus 64. And that is Giselle Poss, that is A on lane 35. Again, the cut right now, plus 138. After 10 games, the math is pretty easy. It's a 213.8 average, the leader, plus 223. A 222.3 average. Brianna Cote is the cut in 12th, and she just pings a flat 10 there in the 8th frame. 2 splits in the first 7 frames this game. She can still get to 212. She can find a way to throw some strikes later in the back end of this game. And Bree misses the 10 pin. Not what you want to do when you are on the cut line. Back-to-back opens and 3 of her last 5 frames opens, 2 splits and a missed single pin. Kelly giving it the little 2-step off to the right to catch the high flush strike. Yeah, Will, the one thing about Giselle's game that stands out is how quick her wrist really gets around that ball. But it looks effortless. I mean, there's no snap, there's no jerky motion. It's just her wrist flips around that ball so fast. And the amount of revolutions that she creates with that motion is probably in the top third of the PWBA. Probably higher than that. We spent 2 games earlier this evening with our resident Team USA gold medal winner and Eagle champion from the Open Championships, John Janowicz. He is our lane man for Kegel this weekend. Spent 2 games talking to him. A little bit later on the broadcast, we're going to welcome in Cecil Scarborough. He is the man on the truck that drills all these bowling balls. See what kind of trends he's seeing coming off the truck. Asymmetrics, symmetrics. We talked to JJ a little bit about the ball weights that are being used out here. I have had people, maybe not so much in the chat, but through texting and just asking when I'm home, mostly female players who are like, hey, what are they using on tour? Just trying to get as much information as they can, trying to learn without having the ability to be here. Of course, being in Louisville last week helped a lot of the local players who came out to watch, learn a little bit about the PWBA tour and what these ladies are doing out here to be so successful. Get a look at Giselle right here on 35. And this wrist motion, she gets around this ball. I think she missed that one at the bottom as far as the rotation. She didn't quite get around that. That ball looked a lot more end over end, which is why it was almost rolling forward instead of getting to the end of the pattern and going left. Nice shot by Bree. We talked about it. These players, typically, they will put a strike on the back end of an open. Bree twice this game has done that. Opened the 4th, doubled the 5th, 6th, split the 7th. A good shot in the 8th on that 10 pin. Just happened to miss it, and then strikes in the 9th. Ashley Galante, the ever popular 1-2-8, converts that. Just got the ball a little bit right on the first shot. 10 pin fell late out of the washout, so that was a nice break. Oh, Giselle off at the line. She was not going to make that. I don't know if she stuck or slipped or what, but at the line she was not happy with the effort. And the ball sailed right and had no chance to get back to the 2 pin. Julia Bond, good shot there. Regardless of her efforts tonight, she will be on TV tomorrow for the taping of the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, a made-for-TV event that was planned to feature the 4 regional winners from our 4 regionals before this weekend. Of course, Julia went and messed that up by winning 2 regionals, so what we did is we took Elise Bolton, who won the first regional in Cleveland, Julia, who won in California and Nebraska, Gigi Mason won just a few weeks ago in East Hartford, Connecticut. And then the earnings leader for the regionals who had not yet won one, and that was Kayla Bandy. So those 4, Elise Bolton, Julia Bond, Gigi Mason, and Kayla Bandy will square off in a made-for-TV event taped on Saturday night here at Boardwalk following the live stepladder finals at 4 p.m. for the Orlando Open. That taped show will air next Saturday on CBS Sports Network at 5 p.m. The players squaring off in 2-game total pinfall matches. It will be Julia Bond versus Kayla Bandy in the first round, with Gigi Mason and Elise Bolton squaring off on the other side of the bracket. 2-game matches. The winners of those 2 matches face each other in the championship. Gigi, one of the rookies on tour, who was through up until East Hartford, one of the players that was being talked about for Rookie of the Year. But both East Hartford and Louisville missed the cuts. Gigi made the main event in East Hartford out of the PTQ, but in the tournament itself had a chance going into the final game to make the top 12. Shot 158, ended up 14th, while the two players she was chasing in the Rookie of the Year points, Julia Bond and Valerie Bercier, both made the top 12, so added points for them in that event. And then again in Louisville, Valerie and Julia both inside that top 32 and the top 24 in points. And Gigi failed to make it out of the PTQ in Louisville, so. And then again here in Orlando, so the Rookie of the Year race really down to Valerie and Julia, but a great season by Gigi, and she'll get a chance to show her skills off to the world on Saturday night during the taping, which will be shown next Saturday. No, Anita, those TV rights belong to CBS, and they will be executed next Saturday night, 5 o'clock. That's when you'll have a chance to watch that telecast. Well, good place for a 5-count washout in the fill ball. Never want to lose those 4 or 5 pins, but hey, I'd rather do it there than do it in the 10th. Giselle, 241, solid game. Voss sitting in 10th at plus 154. That effort puts her at plus 195. Kelly Kulick's going to fire off 184 here, sitting in 7th at 175 over. Lose a couple spots on this. Stephanie Johnson not happy with the result on that shot in the 10th. Looking at a possible 204 game. Ray, good evening, or it's evening for us here. But depending on where you are in the world, I know we have a couple of viewers over in England, which I believe is 6 hours ahead of us, puts them at 12:40. Which will be considered Saturday morning. Still the nighttime, though. Where Hosan is at over in Hong Kong, I believe he's 11 hours ahead of us. So it's 5 in the morning, 5:40 in the morning there. Didn't know that spending time on Bowl TV would get you educational lesson about time zones, did you? Oh, Ray's in Italy. Okay, then you're about 6 or 7 hours ahead as well. Good double in the 10th. Danielle McCune there in the 2 teens. Your current leader coming into this game at plus 223. Rocio, who struggled game 1, shot 175, shot 223 the second game, and just finished off a nice 235, including a missed single pin in the 9th. So that could have been a game in the 240s. However, as it is, 235 for Rocio, so she will grab the lead back from Danielle. Just heard a bowling ball go boom, boom down on the high end of the house. Somebody not happy with their equipment. My bet is probably their shot making, but I digress. Shannon Blahowski, you know what? She earned that carry. She's had, at least that I can count, 4 flat 7s, or 3 flat 7s that I've seen this game. That carry right there, though, not going to help the sting of all those flat 7s. Ashley Galante, 9-10, ever popular. Here in the fill ball, 155 for Ashley. Well, now is as good a time as any to announce it. The giveaway for this block actually harkens back to the first block this morning when a couple of our regulars in the chat were saying, "Hey, who are some of these names of people that are winning prizes but haven't spoke up in the chat?" So I said, "Hey, everybody that's listening, tell us where you're watching from." And at that time, 61 of you responded with where you were viewing the PWBA from here on Bowl TV. And I decided it would be good to pick out randomly one of those viewers, not one of our regulars, for a prize. And Brant just so happened to let me know that he had sitting off to the side a mini Visiball signed by the 5 TV finalists from the Women's U.S. Open earlier in the year, back in June, I believe. And we selected a winner. So the winner of the mini Visiball, signed by Danielle McEwen, Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon Sellens, Liz Culkin, and Tanya Rumapir, is Rick Vaccaro of St. George's, Utah. So Rick, if you're watching this evening, speak up, let us know. You have won the mini Visiball signed by the 5 TV finalists from this year's U.S. Women's Open. Danielle McEwen, Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon Sellens, Liz Culkin, and Tanya Rumapir. So congratulations to you. You know, Tim, you may be right. I guess his autocorrect must have got him. Either way, Rick from St. George, Utah. I mean, you never know. Working Junior Gold, I'll tell you this. All the kids that came across my featured pairs at Junior Gold, I saw some of the most obnoxious, abstract, off-the-wall, how do you put those letters together type cities. So to see St. George's, Utah, I didn't even think twice. I was like, you know what? That's an awesome city name. I put all the names from the chat into a random generator and just popped out a name, and it just so happened that that was the city that he typed in. But Rick Vaccaro from St. George, Utah. You know what? No, Rick's from St. George's. I'm just saying. Rick is from St. George's, Utah. You're very welcome, Jennifer, and not everyone that watches has to participate in the chat. That's obviously an optional thing. It's a small family that Kelly Kulik, the 5 into the 6 off the left hand, Brooklyn. It's a small community, small family that interacts quite regularly in the chat. But don't be afraid to just pop in and say, hey. Hey, everybody. It's a very inclusive group. I've learned this. They have accepted me with open arms. Well, I mean, I can't tell them to chat. I mean, some people just want to sit back, relax, and watch. I get that. That's fine. There's Type A personalities like myself and Type B personalities who just want to sit back and chill. So enjoy the PWBA however you want. We are just thrilled that you are here enjoying it with us. Take a look at Game 4 here on our featured pairs. Who do we have in front of us? We've got Birgit Poplar, made 2 TV shows in a row. Taylor Bultice, who has made the main event out of 3 straight PTQs. Josie Barnes currently sitting in the top 12 and currently quite pregnant. And let me get my lanes here. Take a look at who's going to be the 4th on that pair. I don't see them down there right now. Jody Westner is our 4th on that pair. And then to their right, Ashley Galante, our PTQ winner from Louisville last week. Kelly Kulik, back-to-back 6th place finishes in East Hartford and Louisville. And the undefeated line dance champ of the TV telecast. Julia Bond, mentioned her quite a few times. And then running for Rookie of the Year will be featured on the GoBowling.com Regional Showdown taping on Saturday night. And our 4th player on that pair, it'll be Shannon Pluhowski. Shannon, along with a few others in this field, needs no introduction. Her accolades, her resume, well known for quite some time. I just hate to see that she does not have that same ball motion this morning or tonight that she had in practice yesterday. The urethane just did not take to the tournament lanes today the way that it did in the practice session yesterday. Kelly with a more textbook strike in the correct pocket on that shot. Not that you would know the first shot. Shot in the first frame wasn't textbook in the pocket. Those of us that witnessed it know for a fact it wasn't. But if you look at the scoreboard, you don't really know. Saya, welcome in. Good to have you. I think your mom said you all are going to a tournament you're bowling on Sunday. So before I forget, good luck in that tournament this weekend. We have some scores after Game 3 this evening. Back in the lead. As we mentioned, Rocio Restrepo, nice 235 last game to get to plus 247. Danielle McCune, plus 238. Shannon O'Keefe, plus 227. Caitlin Simpson, plus 218. Giselle Poss in 5th at plus 195. Erin McCarthy, plus 186. Josie Barnes, 182. Jordan Richard, 166. Kelly Kulik, 159. Rounding out the top 10, Liz Culkin at 154. And then 11th and 12th, Stephanie Johnson, 153. Clara Guerrero, 132. Outside the top 12, inside the top 20. Valerie Bercier, just 1 pin out of the cut at plus 131. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 126, trying to make her 3rd TV show in a row. Missy Parkin, plus 105 after a slow start this evening with 166. She's went 228, 236. Brianna Cote, 160 the last game to fall to plus 98. Francis, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Popular in the chat right now, Birgit Poplar in 17th at plus 70. Liz Johnson, 18th, plus 66. And rounding out the top 20, Sandra Gongora and Sydney Brummett tied at plus 50. Alyssa's back. Welcome, Alyssa. Josie's ball to the right, stops, splits the 8-9, kicks the 8 out. Josie an early double here to start game 4. The high game in the house last round, or last game. Shot by the player that's just outside of the cut, Valerie Bercier, 245. High game across the field to game 3. Dueling buckets on 35 and 36. The bucket with a handle on 36 and a super bucket on 35 between Ashley Galante and Shannon Pluhowski. I'd say that 1 and 2 of these will be made, so I'm hoping both players make them. Ooh. Ashley dangerously splits the 2-4-5. Easy way to kick the 4 around the 7, but she doesn't. All 5 go down, and now Shannon's turn to take a run at her bucket. Well, I gave you the odds, 1 and 2. Shannon comes back, eyeing all the balls in the bags, trying to figure out what to maybe go to from here. Josie, 3 strikes in a row to open up the game. Kelly asked her for a little hold there, and she got it. Reaction to the crowd a little bit. It's one of the great things about Kelly is she finds a way to interact with the crowd, but still maintains that the fierceness, on the lanes. She can kind of drop that guard coming off the approach, but the minute she turns her back to the crowd and starts to step up next to the ball return and get ready for her pre-shot routine, she shuts it all out. Oh, come on, bend it, Josie. Roll it, roll it, roll it. All right. Husband Kyle Barnes back here giving a hand salute to that Scout 10. Kyle, a standout player in his own right, back in college and even after college. One of the guys I enjoyed competing against, crossing with at tournaments. But sometimes, sometimes the wife is better, and Kyle has accepted that. He can't hear me right now, but if they go back and watch the telecast at all here on Bowl TV, that'd be great. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are approaching the halfway point of tonight's block. This is Game 4 of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl here in the heart of Orlando, Florida. I am Daniel Farish, presumably filling in for the final time by myself for Emil Williams Jr. I have not heard any confirmation one way or the other, but I believe the plan has been for me to fill in for him in Louisville and Orlando, and then he'll be back at the Players. I'll be joining him there. And not to wish the rest of this weekend away too fast, but I'm looking forward to getting back on there with my boy. We had a good time in East Hartford. And this job is always more fun when you've got somebody in the booth with you to bounce ideas off of and opinions and just banter with. Oh, CJ, you're talking about Julia Bond. That's funny. She does have a Bailey look to her with the side ponytail. Oh, Poplar, 5'7". Good gracious, come on. Come on, Pins. No, that is an awesome comparison. Bailey to Julia Bond, or Julia Bond to Bailey. That's awesome. Julia doesn't quite have the bright colored outfit, or at least jersey that Bailey wears. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it, sir. Kelly, come on, get one more on this lane. Slaps the 9 out, leaves the 4. Poplar on the 5-7. He's a get it wide, didn't get it wide enough. Gets the 5, leaves the 7. For those of you that might not be wrestling fans, just go to Google and type in Bailey, WWE Bailey, and you'll see the hairstyle. Bailey's a little taller than Julia. Julia's pretty short, maybe 5'3"-ish. But Bailey rocks the side ponytail, and the same hair color, kind of curly at the top, and then even their looks facially, they look very similar. Covers that 4-pin, no problem. Josie's first miss of their first non-carry of the game converts to the 5th, no problem. Great shot there by Taylor Bultice. Something about, I just love watching the ball come off her hand. The way she releases it and gets around it, that's enjoyable to watch. I can't really explain it. Just there are some players out there, aspects of their game that you could, I could watch Mike Fagan's swing forever. Just how effortless and flawless it is. Well, something about the ball rotation that Taylor puts on it at the bottom. Just love the way her ball rolls going down the lane. Oh, come on, give her hits. Good shot by Julia. Can't get the flat 10 out. Now Josie back-to-back single pin spares in the 5th and 6th. Hey, Kyle. When's Josie expecting?
October 30th.
Okay. Just turned around and asked Kyle, the husband, and he said October 30th is the date that they are looking at for Josie's delivery. Oh, another Stone 8. This bowling center is starting to catch up to the number of 8s that we saw in East Hartford. It's not going to get on that level, but we've seen quite a few in here. Yeah, Halloween baby. And you know, if she can hold off for one more day and have the baby on Halloween, they could use the baby name that April and Andy came up with in Parks and Recreation when April delivered on Halloween. And the full name for their baby was Bert, Snake Hole, Ludgate, Karate, Dracula, Macklin, Demon, Jack-O-Lantern, Dwyer. Don't know if the Barneses are fans of Parks and Rec, but they certainly could go that way. Taylor splits it, parts the Red Sea, give her a 3-bagger. Maybe just name the baby Chris Barnes. Well, I do believe it is a girl. I mean, well, Chris can be a girl's name, just change the spelling around, K-R-I-S maybe. Josie connects in the 8th. Chance to get to the 250s. Shannon Plahowski, late trip on the 6. She deserves some hits, that's for sure. Looking up and down the house, I see one string down on 43 and 44, but the way the scoring monitors are set up, I don't know if that's the front however many or if it's the back however many. But it looks like it's either Sandra Gongora. I think it's Sandra. Just struck the fill. How about that? Sandra was on the front 11. I had no idea. I'm watching on someone's stream on their phone right now. Sandra Gongora was striking on our pair earlier, stuck at the foul line, splits the half pocket for the strike. Well, congratulations, Sandra. How about that? Oh, 280. Okay, 280. Still, 280. Okay, yeah, that's still a great game by Sandra. She had a big game when she was on our featured pair earlier. Earlier today was, what the time was today was 257. Had a chance for a bigger number than that. I think she had a chance at 279. But plus 50, 280 puts her at plus 130, which would have been 2 pins out of the cut coming into this game. So Sandra Gongora climbing up the ladder. Way to go, Sandra. Julia Bailey Bond with back-to-back jacks in the 8th and 9th. Well, I will say in East Hartford, once the lanes opened up on Saturday morning at the end of that 6-game block, she shot 252, or she shot 260 the last game to jump into the 2 seed. And on TV, playing in deep, she had a great motion. She just got out-strategized by Shannon O'Keefe. And back-to-back TV shows, she seems most comfortable when she can get in around 3rd, 4th arrow. But she's so clean. You mentioned her ball roll in the back end. She's so clean at the bottom of it. And she gets it through the heads so well. That ball has so much energy on the back part of the lane. Taylor Boltice working on a nice string here to finish up game 4. Josie up in the 10th, chance to get into the 230s. Currently sitting in 7th at plus 182. So a 237 here would put her at 219, which would currently be out just inside the top 5.
Oh my gosh! Oh!
Bowling balls bouncing all over the place. Taylor, high flush. Can't get the 4 out. Got the first one in the 10th. Can't get the second one. They'll turn 245 into 234. Still a pretty good game. Shannon Blahowski cannot buy a hit. Wrap 7 in the 10th. Josie got the first one, doesn't like the second one. And for good reason. Crosses over left, late 6-pin. One more shot. Jody Wessner will wrap up Game 4 here on our featured pairs. Waiting on one more shot over on lane 36 as well. I believe from Ashley Galante. I think she's making a ball change. All right, we will take a quick break between games 4 and 5, but we will be back with Cecil Scarborough, the man that runs the truck and drills a lot of the bowling balls you see being used tonight here for the PWBA. He'll join us to start off game 5. We're halfway through block number 2 here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. We'll be back in a few minutes with a score update and Cecil Scarborough. You're watching Bowl TV. Bowling lives here.
Flash. I know that sound all too well. I know that sound all too well. You opened a chest, didn't you? Huh? It's addicting. I get pissed off. I started for the free one, I had like 500,000 coins, and now if I lose, like I played like the 100,000, I lose, fucking throw my phone across the room. I hate to lose that many coins.
Then don't play for that.
I can't help it. I just want to win.
I think some of the names of the
What's that?
clubs are pretty funny.
Yeah.
I haven't been playing long. I've got right at 2,000 points. The Dart. I mean, I just think it's a funny name for a club. But see, my clubs, I have the Rocket, the Viper, and the Backlog. The Dart and the Rough Cutter. And the Viper, I'm at level 2, and the Driver, the Rocket, I'm at level 3.
All right, well, I promised a special guest in the booth to kick off Game 5, and he's here. Cecil Scarborough, the man that runs the PWBA truck and drills most of the bowling balls you see out here. Cecil, how are you doing tonight, sir?
Excellent. Yourself?
Doing well, doing well. So I wanted to get you in here and kind of pick your brain and give the people in the chat and watching on Bowl TV some insight as to exactly what it is you do and how the truck operates. And it's not just a warehouse where bowling balls get punched. It's a little more intricate than that.
Yeah, not only are we drilling the balls out there for the ladies, but we're also transporting the stuff from stop to stop. We're also transporting all the Bowl TV stuff and just keeping track of everything that's going on out there.
So how many, in a given week at a tour stop, how many balls are you drilling?
On an average, regular weeks, around 40 to 45 balls a week.
Okay.
At the Queens, we drilled 118 balls.
Oh, man.
At the U.S. Open, I drilled 84, but I drilled 56 the first day.
Wow. So throughout, like after the first day or throughout the first day as players would come in, see a block, see a squad qualify, and then...
Well, during practice, they had 4 different squads of practice. So during the practice day, they would come in after each squad and put balls in for that particular squad that they were on.
So what are some of the more, I guess, popular or common drillings that they're asking to have bowling balls put in? Because I know a lot of people in the chat are asking quite often, what kind of balls are they using? They're talking asymmetric, symmetric, and then what kind of drillings are in there, and you, better than probably anyone, can speak to that.
Yeah, it's a wide variety of layouts, and it's also a wide variety of equipment, because the biggest thing is what they're needing for that week, and that's where they really work hand in hand with their ball reps. And speaking of ball reps, and then so it just really depends on what they're seeing, and each player is a little bit different, because you've got a variety of players out here. You've got a variety of releases and rev rates and angles that they like to see. So it really just depends on what they're looking for that particular week and what that pattern's showing them.
We do have some scoring, some updates after Game 4 tonight. Danielle McEwen takes the lead back from Restrepo just by 3 pins. Danielle plus 273, Rocio plus 270. 31 pins down to Caitlin Simpson at plus 239. Very consistent last 3 games for her, 240, 220, 220. Shannon O'Keefe maintains her spot in the top 5, plus 233. Giselle Poss, plus 220. In 5th, 6th place, Josie Barnes, plus 209. Liz Culkin, plus 192. Valerie Bercier, plus 178. Erin McCarthy, plus 166. And rounding up the top 10, Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 163. Outside the top 10, but inside the top 12. That's the cut for tomorrow morning with 4 games, about 3.5 games left tonight. Kelly Kulik in 11th at plus 151, and Stephanie Johnson tied with Jordan Richard for 12th place at plus 147, a 212.25 average. Looking just outside the top 12, but still inside the top 20. Clara Guerrero only 5 pins out of that cut line, plus 142. Sandra Gongora, after that big 280 game, plus 130, and then it is a 37-pin drop to Missy Parkin in 16th at plus 93. Diana Zavyalova plus 76 in 17th. Throw the next 3 under a blanket. Sydney Brummett plus 74. Liz Johnson plus 73. And Taylor Bultice in 20th at plus 69. So are you expecting, or have you already had asked of you to drill some stuff after tonight by some people who are going to make tomorrow morning?
I've already drilled a spare ball for Liz Culkin.
Okay.
And then last night we drilled 19 balls last night after they got finished with the practice session. So depending on, the scores aren't actually in pretty good shape, so the girls look like they have kind of what they're needing. A couple of them may be looking for that ball that's going to give them that little extra hit when they hit a transition, and that's when they start to see that transition and they don't have that ball, that's when they go out and really try and fill that gap.
So while the squad's going on, you're not outside drilling bowling balls. What are you doing during the squad as these 8 games are going on?
Well, I also work for Vice Inserts out here with the ladies of the PWBA Tour. So when I'm doing that, I'm double checking my players on staff with Vice Inserts and working with them, making sure that they don't need anything and making sure they have everything that they need. Outside of that, I'm just making sure that there's no issues. Like last week, I worked with Dasha Kovalova. She was having some issues with her thumbs. She said they just didn't feel right. So we went out, made some adjustments to her interchangeable thumb systems, and
boom, yeah.
She not only wins, she shoots 300 in a title match.
Yeah.
And so, just little stuff like that, and sometimes can make the biggest difference.
A lot of our viewers in the chat earlier this morning were talking about the pros and cons of the interchangeable thumbs as opposed to molds or even just the irregular thumb slugs. If you had to put a percentage on it, what percentage of players out here use the interchangeables compared to just a regular thumb slug?
Probably 98%.
Really?
Yep. I only have 2 athletes use molds, and I have 3 athletes that use slugs. Other than that, everybody uses an interchangeable.
Wow. Now, I know the technology of those has come a long way since they hit the market probably 6-7 years ago. They're a lot more durable now than they were when they first came out.
Absolutely. And, there's, with the innovation of the interchangeable thumb systems now, when the athletes come out and they drill bowling balls, they don't have to worry, do I have to work this thumb out? Do we have to do this with it? They just put their thumb in and go, and they get that same feeling consistently from ball to ball every time they come out. Some of the girls have multiple thumbs, then they'll tape them different ways, or they're different sizes. So this week, it's not very hot. It's about 85, 90 degrees. However, it's like 2,000% humidity.
Yes.
So everything is swelling. So the girls will go to their bigger thumbs, and that is the key right there with the interchangeable thumb systems, is being able to have multiple thumbs. So as you go into a building, whether it gets humid, whether it gets hot, whether it's super cool in the building, they can actually go in and just instantly change the feel, and then when they make a ball change, they keep that same feel all the time.
I know that I'm a player who, my father, being a pro shop owner, has always drilled my stuff, and we still do slugs for me these days. I haven't switched over to any kind of interchangeable grip, but talking about taping your thumbs different, I've got certain bowling balls that I know that I'm only going to use left of 15. Now, they're not going to be touched on the fresh, and I know that when I use them, I'm going to be circling them or getting around them. So those thumb holes are going to be a little looser because I know that my hand needs to stay in it a little longer, and I may be gripping a little more. I don't want to have it tight and hang up on it. So
right.
I tape even some of my slugs differently in different balls, but having the sleeve or the interchangeable thumbs makes it a lot easier. And a lot more universal. I
have 3 of the players that use interchangeables, but they also use the exacticated mold inside the IT system.
So they're doing both in a way, yeah. My only fear about it was I was bowling a tournament up in Indianapolis with a buddy of mine, Steve Novak, from the Louisville area. And I think the night before he had told Tracy, his wife, to do something with his accessories bag. And when we get to Indy, he looks in the pocket in his backpack where he keeps all of his thumbs, and they were gone. Oof. And he looks at me and he goes, I can't bowl. My thumbs are in Louisville. Turns out she put it in a different pocket and they were there. But for a second, I was like, oh man, you left your thumbs at home? Like you don't have any left in your bowling balls? Nope. Like, come on, man. Really?
And that does happen. I mean, it's just it does happen.
Looks like in the chat, 52% of you use an interchangeable thumb insert, 48% do not. So 50-50 on our amateur level, and you said it's 95.5 or 98.2 out here on tour.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the same way on the men's tour as well. A large variety of the players out there use interchangeable systems.
Yeah, back in February, I posed that question to Brad Miller, and I think both to him and J.R. Raymond. And I asked them, at the next level, what is roughly the ratio of guys who use interchangeables to the traditional slug? And Brad didn't give me a number, but he said, I would say it's a pretty high percentage interchangeable. He said mainly because that's players do what the companies want them to do. And, with that being the newer technology, I can understand them wanting to kind of get that out there. Let me see, and when I asked JR, he said it was probably 20-1. So for every one guy that uses a slug, 20 use interchangeables.
Yep, I agree with him.
But the long list of reasons you gave as to why someone would want to use those, your typical league bowler isn't going to have all those reasons. So it makes sense why at the next level there's so many more players that do it compared to our amateur league level where it's about 50-50 here in the chat.
Yeah, but like to me, even league bowling, if you've got multiple bowling balls, having an interchangeable thumb system is, to me, key, because when you need to make that ball change and you've got that ball that that thumb just doesn't quite feel right, so you wait those 4 or 5 frames until you finally just go, okay, I have to have it now. You would have already moved to that ball. And so even for the average league bowler, the weekend tournament player, I would suggest interchangeables for every one of them.
Verity Crawley working on, I believe, a 5-bagger here, stepping up in the 8th. Verity sitting in the 20s in the standings right now. Sitting 26th at plus 10, so she would need more than a few big games here to make a run up into the top 12. Her family, I believe both her parents are here watching her this weekend over from England, so that's awesome. Looking up and down the house, don't see too many strings going on. A couple string down on 39 and 40, 41 and 42. Looks like to our left, Dasha Kovalova has a 4-bagger in the 3rd through the 6th. And she flat 7s in the 7th. So have you been watching how these players have been attacking the lanes tonight as compared to this morning?
A little bit. I've been doing some other things, getting ready for a TV show and all tomorrow. But I don't think they have moved as far left as they were this morning with as much surface.
Okay.
And that way the back ends are not tightening up quite as much. And that's where you see. But then again, when Diana just throws that and it looks like the ball's going to make the turn and it just straightens out.
Yeah, we've seen that with more than a few players just here in our 2 pairs in front of us. The ball gets to the end of the pattern, gets to what you think is the designated break point, and instead of going left, it like they didn't get around it or something, but it just straightens up. And not like a rolling out motion, but just kind of straightens out and goes straight at the break point rather than going left. There you go right there, Caroline Lagrange.
The biggest thing is the track hooks here quite a bit, and if they get it to that spot early, it burns up so quick. But then if they get it past it, it never sees it. So there's an area that they've got to get it to, but they can't get it there early.
And we're looking at, 3 lanes in a row, bucket, bucket, washout. So the perfect time to talk about that.
Like on 35, Katie Simpson, Caitlin, she actually got the ball wide of target, and it caught the area, and it never hooked. And Carolyn LaGrange, she threw the ball, and the ball checked up early on her, and then it just bled off, and it just stopped. The same thing with Diana. So both of those bowling balls did almost the exact same thing. The previous shot, Sandra threw the ball, got it there early, and it checked up and never slowed down. So it went high on her, and she left the 3-6-10. See, looks like she made a ball change too.
The last 4 shots, 5 count strike, 9 count, 7 count. Let's see what this ball change does for her. Flat 10, and she doesn't get the benefit of the scout. That ball did not go through the pins the way she wanted. She almost had a 7-10 standing.
But I think that ball got there better than the shot before, but I still don't think, I think she's a little bit too deep.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of as far as what you see out there and what they're drilling, asymmetric versus symmetric.
Again, it depends on week to week. Like this week, it was probably 30% symmetrical and 40% asymmetrical. I mean, and then they just had a couple of spare balls we drilled, so that's why you don't get 100% out of that. But but it was pretty close, pretty even as to symmetricals and asyms this week. And again, it just depended on the player. Like Kelly drilled an asym and a symmetrical ball last night. So,
as a group, do you think that the tour tends to favor one over the other?
no.
Okay.
It really doesn't. It again, like I said, it just really depends on the player and what they're trying to what spot they're trying to fill in that bag as to what their tour reps are working with them on. Because they could have a bag full of asymmetrical balls and then they need a symmetrical or vice versa. So. I mean, some of these players have 15, 20 balls with them. And, I mean, with the different surfaces and different core strengths, I mean, they will come into play periodically, all 20 of them at some of these events.
Well, that's what Caleb, Andy, and I were talking about at the Charlotte airport on, I think it was Wednesday afternoon, is that the last couple of weeks she feels like she's physically in a really good spot, but she's been walking in with 15, 16, 17 bowling balls and just been going ball to ball and not seeing what she wanted. It's been confusing because she's not trusting the balls that she knows. She's just trying stuff. So she said she was going to come in this week with a smaller arsenal and hope to simplify it. And I know that she struggled during the PTQ, did not advance to the main event, but she does have that televised, the taping for the GoBowling.com regional showdown on Saturday night. She's looking forward to. And I just spoke with her. She came up to watch for a little bit, watch Katie Simpson, and then she's going to go practice to get ready for that tomorrow. But there's an example of a player who said, okay, my bag is just way too big. I've got to get that number down to try and simplify it for myself because I feel like I'm doing the right things, but my arsenal's too big and I'm jumping from ball to ball. And that's, in a perfect world, I think 9 to 12 is a great number for an arsenal, but on a tour like this, you got to have all the options available.
But then on top of that, you need to have them charted. So then you know, instead of being confusing, this ball does this ball does that, and then chart them so you actually know which ball to go to when and what you use that ball on. Like Walter Ray Williams, he actually has not only the balls charted, but what pattern he used them on. So when he goes to that pattern, he knows this is a group of bowling balls that I'm probably going to start with. Now, there may be a ball here and there depending on the surface that they're bowling on, but he's got a pretty good idea with every ball that he's thrown on what pattern and where he's played them. So he knows when this pattern does this, I know this is the ball that I'm probably going to go to. And that's one of the biggest keys. I don't know how many of the girls actually chart their stuff.
And it's just going the extra mile.
Absolutely it is. And, I mean, that is crucial to coming out here because when you have 15 and 20 balls, you can get confused easily. And if you can get them charted, even down to the RGs and diffs, to the layouts, to the shapes that they create, once you do that, now you can actually start putting them in groups and then pay attention to what balls you use and what if they were successful or not successful on patterns. And then when you get to that pattern or that specific shape again, you've already got it put together.
Great question from Jennifer in the chat. How many bowling balls do you stock on the truck?
Each company has allowed 60 balls per brand.
Okay.
So EBI has 4 brands on the truck. Storm has 2 plus 900 Global. Motive has their brand, and then Brunswick has 2 with DV8 and Brunswick.
So that's the math. EBI's got 4, Storm, Roto, Global's 3. That's 7. Motive is 8. Brunswick's 10. That's 600 bowling balls.
Yep. That's maximum. Plus the transport.
I was going to plus the transport.
And all of the players now, because we're at a limited field, are allowed 12 balls per player.
On the truck? Okay.
I think we unloaded right at 90 bags this week.
90 triple rollers.
Yep.
That's a lot of bowling balls.
That's 270 balls.
Yeah. And when we left the bowling center Wednesday after setting up all the cameras, I saw you outside with 2 of the boardwalk employees unloading stuff on the trailer hitch on the gate.
Yeah, and that was the other thing is it rained all afternoon, so we couldn't unload.
No,
we had to wait between showers to unload. And the locker room that day was actually booked with a makeup artist, and they were teaching people how to apply makeup, so I had to wait for her to finish too. I asked her if the makeup would help, and she just looked at me and she said no.
No, well, you're not in front of the camera, though, so you don't have to worry about that.
Thank goodness.
We don't have to look pretty.
Thank goodness.
I just have to sound good, and you just have to be able to hit lines on a ball.
Yeah. That's where the bifocals come in. Or that's why I wear bifocals, because I've been looking at those little lines for so long.
Yeah, my dad, who's been drilling balls since he was in his late 20s, finally broke down a couple years ago and got himself a pair of cheaters. And he fought it and fought it and fought it, and finally he had to do it. My dad will be 63 in September. Now, when the players come to you and they want a ball drilled, do you talk with them about how to drill it, or do they speak with their ball reps, or do they already have an idea?
They pretty much speak to their ball reps. They take care of all of that before I ever get the ball in my hand.
Okay.
There are a couple of players that I do work with that are on my staff that are not really affiliated with a brand, and so with that, I help them out some, and then. But by the time I get the ball, it's basically laid out. All I got to do is scribe it and hit the lines.
Okay.
Now, see, that one, Caroline tried to help it, and she got a hold of it and really let go of the ball, and the ball read too early.
Yeah, it's like she tried to make that. Like you said, she tried to make that one work.
She tried to manipulate it, and when she did, she got the ball. She got her thumb down, and the ball hooked early. Never had a chance to get down lane.
Tim has a question in the chat, and I'll kind of reword it. I guess, how often are you resharpening drill bits?
I have went through the 7/8 and 31 bits. This is a third set of bits. The interchangeable bits, I've already went through 3 of each one of those.
And interchangeables is what, 1.5 inches?
The switch grip is 1.5 inches, and then the vise is 1 5/16, 1 7/16, and 1 3/16 with what we use out here.
Okay.
The other bits I don't really use much because I'm either drilling a 31 32nd hole or a 7/8 hole, or if they're using vackies, I'm using a 31 and a 30 and a 15 and a 31, or I'm using or inch and a 32nd and a 31, or 15 and a 7/8. So those are really the only bits. The other bits I'd really never even pull out unless I'm drilling a weight hole.
Which in about 11 months will be non-existent.
Correct. So, I mean, basically I'm drilling an interchangeable system, and I'm drilling either a 31 or a 7/8. So really I could probably go with like 10 bits on the truck.
I was going to say, you could go with less than a dozen.
The only thing is the only time I would need the other bits is if I'm actually drilling actual thumbs.
Okay.
And some of the players will say, hey, I want a new interchangeable drilled, and then we'll actually drill the thumb for them. So then I'll have that. And then I actually use the flat tip bits to cut the ovals from Innovative, and those work really well because with them being flat, they work very similar to an end mill. They don't drift like you do with a normal pointed drill bit, and so it cuts the ovals more evenly and square from top to bottom. So by doing that, it actually gives them a more consistent feel as they put their thumb in and out of the hole.
Nicholas asking, is there a benefit to scribing the ball, I guess, as opposed to using maybe like an oil pencil or something?
So what the biggest reason we scribe bowling balls is because when they come out, and the scribing started on the men's tour, because there may be 4 people touch that ball before it's drilled. Well, if you have pencil marks on it, they wipe off. With the scribe lines, they don't wipe off. And I scribe my own personal stuff because I may scribe a ball and I may not be able to drill it for 3 weeks. Well, it's moved around the pro shop, you put it in the box, now it's moved around, it rolls around, stuff gets wiped off. That's the biggest reason why we scribe them. And pencils can get wore down. Now the lines get thicker. when you do a scribe mark, your line is what it is, and it's more precise as well.
Makes
so
sense.
It gives you a more defined line to hit.
Okay, that makes sense on all of those avenues.
But actually, nice question there, Nicholas.
Yeah, Anita, I can say that while you're probably right about that, I know that the bowlers that have, that are signed with brands that have deals at this level, they go through balls pretty quick. But last week in Louisville, after the 22 games was over, Liz Johnson told me she used the same ball all 22 games, and it was the first time she'd done that since 1997.
Yep. And then she got on the TV show and used 3 balls, and neither one of them worked.
Yeah.
Go figure that one out.
Yeah, the ball that she threw all day was an idle pearl, which is a pearl symmetric. She started the game, the TV show off with an astrophysics, which is a pearl asymmetric, and then went to an idle pearl, a second one that she said she had just drilled up after Saturday that she showed me. And she would have had to have been perfect to beat Dasha. So I don't know even if Liz had started with the ball that she threw all 22 games, that she would have had an answer for Dasha. I mean, when you don't know going in that you have to be perfect, but you find out pretty quick, okay, this player has the nuts.
Right.
And Dasha had that. She had, as Brad and Kyle Sherman would say, Brad Miller, Kyle Sherman, Dasha had the berries last week, and she put it to good use. She shot 300 on TV.
And Dasha is obviously in front of us now. She is a very unique player. She has a lot of issues with her elbow and wrist, but using the kinesio tape and wrist supports and elbow supports, she's able to get rid of the pain and be able to bowl. But she's tall. She's got a long arm swing. And she just gets her hand through the ball so clean. And she just likes having fun. So she stays loose. She really doesn't.
She does.
She just doesn't really get uptight. Or if she does, she doesn't show it.
Players just now beginning game 6. Here on the second block of qualifying at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. Take a look at who we got in front of us this game. Dasha Kovalova, Jordan Richard, Lauren Pate, Liz Culkin over on 35 and 36, Tanya Rumapir, Sydney Brummett, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Clara Guerrero. So what's the off season look like for you from the PWBA?
PBA?
PBA?
I do both with Vice Inserts. I do both men and the ladies tour.
Okay.
The PBA and PWBA tours. So when we get finished, actually this week, I have a week off. The ladies have 2 weeks off, but I actually go to Chicago or Aurora, Illinois for the men's event there in Aurora for their summer swing. And I leave there and go straight to the Players Championship for the ladies in Raleigh. And then I go home for 4 days and then back to Richmond for the tour finals for the ladies. And then I'm home for 2 weeks and go to the U.S. Open for the men.
See, that travel schedule sounds similar to JJ was in the booth with me games 1 and 2, and he's talking about he's traveling to Singapore and he's going to Malaysia, coming back to the States, going to Spain, coming back to the States, and he goes, that'll get me through about early December.
Yeah.
And just the travel for you guys never stops.
My first extent more than a couple of days or a week off is the 19th of September. I've been going since January 1st of this year, starting with the men's tour. And then I went straight from the men's tour basically to the ladies tour. The couple of days that I had off with the men's tour, I actually went to Arlington, and that's why we drilled Liz a new spare ball. She has an issue with whatever with this ball. She's like, it doesn't feel right. So we're just like, so we Chuck just says, let's drill you a new one, and so that's what we're doing. That's what we did, because not that she missed the spares while we drilled it, but because there's a feel going on with that bowling ball that she just doesn't feel comfortable letting it go. And right there, she just, at the end of that, she's like, I couldn't get it off my hand. So, but yeah, so in between the men's tour, I actually went to Arlington and built this tour truck, and we did all the electrical work in it. And then while I was on the men's tour, Tennille and them went in and laid out, and I laid out the shelving systems, and they installed them. And then I came back, finished up the electrical, and we went to the first tour stop.
Yeah, because I think somebody was telling me last week that the truck is new to the PWBA, because before this you all were using a PBA truck, I think is?
Correct.
Okay. Rick, before I get to your question in the chat, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but we did a random drawing for everyone who spoke up earlier when I asked for them to tell us where they were viewing from, and we picked your name out, Rick Vaccaro from St. George, not St. Gorgeous, St. George, Utah. You have won a mini Visiball signed by the 5 finalists from the Women's U.S. Open show earlier this year: Danielle McEwen, Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon Sellens, Liz Culkin, and Tanya Romanpier. So congratulations to you, Rick.
Congratulations, Rick.
On winning that. And I don't care if it is St. George. In my book, you're from St. Gorgeous, Utah. On to your question, do the players keep their spec sheets? Is that something that you keep? Do they know their numbers in their head?
They all have their specs. I also keep a copy. We have a 2-part system. So I keep a copy on the truck for our records on the truck. Also, just in case one of the ladies forgets or they don't have their spec sheet with them, we can pull from it just like we did yesterday. And then they usually have, and then also I put it in the box when they get finished. When I finish drilling, I put the spec sheet in the box, so they have that also for if they need it in the future for documentation.
Okay. Still waiting on some score updates through Game 5. Just 3 games left. And going into that 5th game, the cut was close. We had really 6 players within 36 pins of one another, and 5 players within 21 pins of each other. I'm sure things have shifted a little bit following Game 5 as we're now into Game 6. Danielle McEwen and Rocio Restrepo have swapped the lead back and forth since the beginning of this block. Rocio at one point dropped down to 4th after starting off with a 175, but has since went 23, 35, 23. So a great rebound for her. She did the same thing this morning. Started off 198, slow out of the gate, and then 234, 220, and a big 278. The 4th game hasn't quite climbed that ladder this evening, but still to go plus 79 the last 3 games, 679 the last 3. That'll do you some good.
And it's great to see her bowling well, considering all of the stuff she's went through this year with some issues physically as far as being sick and trying to figure out what was causing it. And it's great to see her throwing the ball again and throwing it well.
Yeah, she talked a little bit about that with Aaron Smith in their video interview following this morning, that it felt good to bounce back from some of the injuries she's had this year. Had kind of a down year based on her standards. And I've always liked Rocio. I've known her for a while now, just from bowling, crossing kind of together in college and whatnot. And I'm glad to see her up there. We share the same city name, although she's from a different state. She's from Louisville, Ohio, and you all know I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, where we were last week. We do have some scores after Game 13, Game 5 tonight. Danielle McEwen maintains her lead, extends it just a little bit. Plus 304, a 223.38 average. Rocio holds strong in 2nd, plus 287. Extends the gap back to Caitlin Simpson, who is 3rd at plus 248. Shannon O'Keefe 4th at plus 239. Giselle Poss 5th at plus 226. Rounding out your top 10, Liz Culkin 211. Kelly Kulik 199. Big 248 last game for Kelly. Josie Barnes plus 195. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 187. Rounding out the top 10, Valerie Bercier plus 182. And outside the top 10, inside the top 12 with 3 games to go before the cut to tomorrow morning, Jordan Richard 11th plus 161. And Stephanie Johnson in 12th, back-to-back 190 games. Stephanie started the night off strong, 278, and has only went, plus 14. She's even, actually, for the last 4. Plus 139. In 13th, Erin McCarthy, plus 134. Erin is minus 73 for tonight. Again, plus 134 in 13th. Clara Guerrero, plus 107. Taylor Bultice, plus 106 in 15th. Sandra Gongora, plus 103. Missy Parkin, plus 88. Sydney Brummett and Birgit Poplar tied in 18th at plus 78. And 20th, Diana Zavyalova at plus 73. But to recap the cut right now, come down a little bit as far as the average goes, 210.69. Plus 139, that's Stephanie Johnson. Will, I believe player B on lane 41 is going to be Jen Higgins.
Correct.
Yes, okay. Who just delivers a strike. Dasha strike right there in the fourth, showing us a little bit of what she did on TV last week. On TV for 2 games, 24 total shots between the 2 games, never missed the pocket. Had 3 straight single pins in the middle of the first game, her semifinal match, and then just put it all together there in the championship match against Liz Johnson. I asked JJ this question earlier. I'll ask you, how often, outside of any left-handers, maybe outside of Shannon Plahowski, how often do these ladies throw urethane out here, or do they?
Some of them do. They don't throw a whole lot of urethane out here. With the volumes that they're seeing, there's not really a need, and the pattern links. They really haven't been short enough for them to throw the urethane in a while. So I really have not drilled much urethane out here at all.
Okay. It seems like on the men's side, at least at the amateur or the regional level, players cannot wait to put urethane in their hands, even if they don't need to be throwing it. And I'm glad to see that out here. These players are, not to call the men stupid, but these players are smarter than that. They know when and if they need it, and they're not going to try and force it.
Yeah, and that's because a lot of times I've seen guys throw it because so-and-so's throwing it, and just because so-and-so is throwing it doesn't mean it's going to be right for your game, and they throw it and then they just struggle and struggle and struggle. And understanding when a ball is a quicker response ball versus a slower response ball. I mean, again, understanding your equipment and charting it. What kind of motion does it create? Is it, what kind of shape does it create down lane? Those are all key factors in knowing your equipment.
One of the biggest examples of knowing when to and when not to throw urethane on. I'll remember it like it was yesterday. It was the Saturday night block of the Kentucky Open back home, and we were bowling on a 40-foot pattern on some AMF HBL, so higher friction in a house.
Yep.
In a house we all know the gutter plays, and all the practice squads we had leading up to the tournament, the gutter played with resin, and it looked phenomenal. But we get to that Saturday night, and more than half the field's trying to throw urethane on it. Some of the more talented players, 5-time PWBA titleist Mike Wolf, he's trying to throw it game 1. Brett Shepard, another great player from the area, he's trying to throw it. But those guys realized really quick, okay, this isn't going to work. But unfortunately, the city of Louisville had just rediscovered urethane, so everybody in the field that didn't understand that they didn't need to throw it kept throwing it, and it completely mucked up the pattern.
Oh, absolutely.
And scores went through the floor. I mean, it was awful.
You can definitely you can change a pattern for the bad with urethane if you don't watch what you're doing.
I mean, if the field is throwing it on a pattern, for instance, the Kentucky Open this year, Friday night, we were at Executive Strike and Spare, bowling on Stockholm. Everybody threw urethane because Stockholm's a short pattern.
Right. Even
lower friction surface like Executive, everybody threw urethane. I was a player that was slow to accept it, that it was necessary in my bag back in 2016, 2017. But the more that I threw it and learned it, the easier it became to throw. And I went plus 205 for 5 games throwing it on that Friday night. But it's people need to learn when to throw it and when not to throw it.
And what shape they're looking for, because the urethanes do not go in and shaped like resin. So
Oh, no.
knowing how
No.
to play the urethane, because you're gonna get the urethane's gonna roll earlier, then you're gonna get the ball to just go nice and smooth to the pocket or smoother to the pocket, and understanding the shape that you're looking for. And that's the other thing is a lot of times I see guys trying to throw urethane away from the pocket.
If I'm in a tournament watching somebody try and do that, I just laugh. I love it. I'm like, okay, well, your money's in my pocket because it's not going to work.
Right, because the ball grips the lane too early.
I mean, even the guys back in the 80s on tour who were having success throwing urethane, if they leaked it away from the pocket, the volumes were so much lower then than they are now, and they were on wood, not synthetic, that the ball would stand up at 25, 30 feet, but it sat there to hit the pocket. That's not, we don't have that now.
And you would never know Jordan didn't like that shot.
No, you'd have no clue.
Between the eye roll and the hands going in the air.
And we can watch it on my stream on the delay on the laptop.
Never got to the spot.
No.
And great, way to go, Jordan. Yeah, you can hear what's going on in our head, and we can't repeat it.
No, we can't.
And Liz almost trips out the 4-9. Just a 9-pin.
Well, and what you are talking about in the chat, Jacob Buttroff, Jesper Svensson, both lefties. That was one of the reasons after practice I said that I thought Shannon Plahowski was gonna make TV this week, because in practice yesterday, both her urethane balls were reading the middle of the pattern, they were shaping correctly, and she was peppering the pocket. She does not have that motion today. She got off the urethane pretty quick. But if you put urethane, these days, right now in 2019, if you put urethane in the hands of a lefty, a talented lefty, and they have a good look,
they're in trouble.
Yeah, the rest of the field's in trouble.
Now, I can tell you this. I've watched them put resin in Jesper's hand, and can be pretty interesting to watch. With his rev rate, that ball comes off the spot, and it looks like it hit a house. And
Okay.
when it hits the pins, they have no chance. Or the pins on the left side of the deck never get touched because the ball is taking out the 10 pin as it hits the 1-2. And he really likes to play the lanes and keep it in front of him a lot more. And he throws a lot of urethane. So does Buttroff. I mean, he throws a boatload of urethane.
But to Jacob's credit, he has a physical ability that others don't. That double jointed, he can do things with a bowling ball that others can't because of what he can do with his wrist.
And he's throwing a conventional grip ball.
It is conventional grip, yes. So, Kimberly, to your point, he does open up the lane with urethane. I don't live in worlds of absolutes. Always, never, definitely. It's, while we say that you can't open up the lane with urethane, most cannot. Most of us are not double jointed. Most of us don't have his rev rate and rotation with a conventional grip. So he's different.
And also, they understand that when he's wanting to open up the lanes, they have no issue putting 360 and 500 grit on a bowling ball. And that's the other thing is a lot of times they don't get enough surface on urethane, but when they do that, the ball's going to read earlier. So then they've got to understand I can get on top of it more. And then once he goes to a ball that he's got, and Jacob's probably got 15 or 20 urethane balls in his bag.
I'll guarantee it, yeah.
But he's got them with different layouts and different things that they can create different shapes with it because they actually have cores in them now. Where used to with the urethane balls had a little puck in the top. Mm-hmm. Well, now they actually have big cores in them. So, I mean, it's definitely has changed the way some of the guys are able to play the lanes. Kimberly Power from California, a friend of mine out there. I would agree that most of us had no chance of doing what Jacob does. I would agree 100%.
What's funny though is when he's back home, and right now he's towards the end of a very, very long stretch of bowling where he's not home. But when he is back home, when he's posting about honor scores on social media, it's with resin. So he's throwing resin in league and striking, and then on tour he's throwing urethane and striking. I mean,
and the biggest reason with that on tour, they're trying to control the pocket. I mean, they're trying to keep it in front of them. They're not trying to give the pocket away too much, because the more they keep the ball in play in the pocket, the better chance they got of scoring. And if they're trying to give it away, where on league you've got that a little more of a cliff in the middle part of the lane, you can actually get it to where you can get in and play in the soup and kind of let it leak to the spot and let the resin bring it back. But yet on tour you don't have that. The patterns are a lot flatter. So by doing that, you don't have that hold that you do, and you don't have that push that you do in league.
how much of players using urethane on tour, how much of that do you think is also part of a defensive tactic?
Some of it is, but not most of the time. These guys are trying to strike. They're not playing defense. Those guys have the throttle to the floor at all times because they're trying to strike, because they know if I don't throw 6 or 7 a game, I'm behind.
Whoa, Liz, I don't know what she threw from the right side of the pin deck, but it jumped in front of the 9 as it was falling. Good shot there. And back to what you were saying about the pedal to the metal by these players. When I was watching the World Series a couple of years ago, Dad made the observation. He said it looks like these guys, they will live with a pair where they shoot 170 because they know they're going to catch 2 or 3 pairs where they can shoot 260.
Correct.
So they will live with being aggressive on a pair where they probably shouldn't be, and have those 2 splits or a chop spare with 1 double to shoot 170, 180. But they know that when they hit those 2, 3 pairs where they can be aggressive, they're going to pop off 50, 50, 60 and make up those pins they lost tenfold.
And that's the thing. And the only reason they shoot 170 is because they've thrown splits. The big key out there is spare shooting. And
still, even to this day, in the strike fests we see, we're still preaching spares, and I'm glad to hear that, by the way.
And I love it. Norm Duke's comment was, if these young kids come out here that have all this rev rating, can throw all these strikes, if they think for 1 minute they can give me 10 or 20 pins a game because they miss spares, he goes, they have lost their mind if they think they're going to beat me.
I love that. I love hearing that.
He goes, you are not going to give me 20 pins a game and expect to win. And I mean, go right back to the Lucy this year. Chris Prather misses the 2-8.
Yeah, I heard that.
They lose by 11. If he makes the 2-8 because he strikes on the first ball in the 10th, they tie.
Wow. I heard that the Lucy had a very dramatic ending. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I was glad for fellow Lindenwood alums, Amanda Green and Kyle Sherman, to win that. I was very happy for them.
And what was even funny is Kyle did not even realize they had a chance to win.
Yeah.
So they were loose as a goose and throwing a ball, and Kyle doubles, I think, in the 10th, and that gave them what they needed. Then Chris misses the spare in the 9th. Now it gives A.J. Johnson a chance. All he has to do is mark in the 10th. He goes 4-6 through the face.
Oh.
So now he can't mark. Now Chris can strike out and beat them by a stick. He throws the first one. He goes 4-pin. And Kyle Sherman and them come around them from 4th and win it by 11. But again, if Chris is able to convert the 2-8, because if lane conditions got really tricky, then they tie. I mean, it went back and forth in the 9th and 10th frame. And that's the other thing, that outside of Dasha's 300 last week, I mean, if you look at back at the shows, they've come down to the 9th and 10th frame of almost every game.
Yes.
And it makes bowling so exciting when that happens.
All 3 matches in East Hartford did, or all 4 matches in East Hartford did. All of our stepladder matches in the East Hartford Regional came down to the 10th frame. Yep. And kind of talking about Amanda and Kyle not realizing they had a chance on a smaller scale during the Senior Kentucky Open a couple years ago that we bowled at on house shots. A guy named Billy Vincent with 3 games to go was 100-something pins out of the lead. They're bowling match play, so 30 pins for each match win. Billy's not watching scores. He knows he's out of it. He shoots 823 with a 300 in the last game to jump from 4th to win. And both the guys in 1st and 2nd missed single pins in the championship match. Thinking, not even paying attention to Billy, just watching each other. Both guys missed single pins late in the match, and Billy shoots 300. And all of a sudden, because I was Facebook Live with it, and I'm starting to do the math in about the 7th, and I was like, guys, Billy's got a chance here. And when I talked to him afterwards, he goes, man, I had no idea. I was just trying to finish good.
Yeah, there you go. That's a prime example of not doing that. Then you don't put pressure on yourself, and now your swing's still relaxed. You're just nice and speaking of spares, Tanya Ramapour just missed a 10.
Yeah, I've seen more missed single pins out here this week than I've seen the last 2 weeks, and I don't know if that's the pattern they're bowling on. It does appear to be maybe a little bit shorter than the last 2 weeks, but a little disappointing to see all these missed single pins out here.
As Chuck Gardner says, 9 splits.
9 splits, I like that.
And actually 3 or 4 weeks ago, I actually saw a 9 split. One of the scoring systems malfunctioned and it showed 9 and circled it. I had to take a photo. I said, Chuck, they do exist.
That's like when the old AMF AccuScore at my bowling center that closed down about 5 years ago had it's got the red color bars on both sides. Well, it had 2 red color bars on the left side and 1 on the right side. I was like, okay, you can't have 3 people up on 2 lanes. I took a picture of that.
Oh, there you go.
Sharon, I would have to check with Tennille, but I believe the pairings are just random. They're random throughout the 16 games, and then for the round of 12 tomorrow, the number 1 seed and the number 12 seed bowl together, the 2 and the 11 bowl together, 3 and 10, and all the way down. But as far as the qualifying right here in front of us, I believe it is random assignments.
Will Levy, I'd give $100 to know what Liz was thinking after the 8 count standing there with her hands behind her back. You probably don't want to know.
I don't know Liz personally, but I know bowlers, and I'd be willing to bet you'd be paying $100 to see some 4-letter words. And I wouldn't blame her. Liz coming into this game sitting in, she was right near the cut. Oh, 6th. Okay, I'm sorry. A little further up than I thought. She's 6th at plus 211. 67 pins ahead of 13th, so this 180 games certainly isn't going to kill her. But Liz has come pretty close the last couple weeks to making top 12s and top 5s. So I'm sure she's hungry this week to solidify herself inside the top 12 going into tomorrow morning, rather than squeaking in and having to go, plus 180 tomorrow for 6 games to try and get inside the top 5. Does Missy on 40 have the front 8? That's well, not anymore because she just missed in the 9th and she did not because she has 118 in the 5th. So she did not have front 8. Well, as we begin to wrap up Game 6, Cecil, I want to thank you for your time tonight.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Appreciate you sitting in, answering some of my questions and the questions of the viewers in the chat. So what are you going to be doing tomorrow during the TV show? What's your role there?
They're just making sure, number one, my players, if we have any on the TV show, have what they need. And then making sure if any of the tour reps want to drill a ball for the TV show, then I make sure to take care of that. And just make sure every player has what they need to go out and have the best possible show they can have.
One last question. Is there a time limit as to how close to a block players can drill equipment or introduce new equipment into their bag? Or
well, they, like today, we couldn't drill between squads, so what they had today is what they have.
Okay.
Now tonight, after the finals is finished tonight and the cut to the top 12, those players can come out and drill bowling balls if they want. Obviously, they don't have to. And then tomorrow, after the round of 12 is cut to the top 5, if the players want to cut or want to drill a ball, then we can drill it before the show.
Okay.
So we drill them after practice and then after the first day of competition, and then we can drill again before the TV show if needed.
Okay.
But, I tell everybody I've got the best job on the planet. Working with Vice Inserts, they are allowing me to come out and be able to work with the best players, men and women on the tours, being able to sometimes work personally with them one-on-one, and then able to now drill with the ladies on the PWBA tour and run their player services. I mean, my job just doesn't get any better. And blessed is an understatement as to as to what I feel I am without here with this, and to get to go to work every day and enjoy and love what you do. It doesn't get any better.
I was going to say, it sounds like right now you and I have similar positions in that we go to work, but we don't feel like we're at work.
Oh gosh, no, absolutely not.
Watch this scout on the replay here by Jordan. The spin comes across the lane. Oh, she blocked it, and her movement blocked it.
It goes back to the 7, all the way back to the 7 pin.
In real time, I don't know if it was the head pin or maybe the 2 or the 4, but something went flying across the right side of the deck and then went back to the left side of the deck.
It looked like the head pin.
Okay. She was so high flush, I didn't know if it was the head pin or what it was, but either way.
And you can tell when she throws it well because she makes that little step to the right, and
Yeah.
like I'm going to punch it through.
Let's see if she does it here. Uh-oh, got it right.
Now she's trying to help it.
Yeah, she is. Not a fan of that shot. All right, we're going to let these girls finish up Game 6. Cecil, thank you, sir.
Pleasure, sir.
I appreciate it. We're going to hop off here. I'll be back in a few minutes to bring us back to Game 7 and take a look at the scores here after Game 6 with up to almost 2 games remaining in qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. This is Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. We'll be right back. All right, bowling fans, we have some score updates after Game 6. We are approaching the midpoint way of Game 7 right now. Rocio Restrepo takes the lead back from Danielle McCune. Both players shot under 200. Rocio plus 281, Danielle plus 274. Caitlin Simpson, another game over 200, 208 plus 256. Only 25 pins outside of the lead. Then a drop back to Shannon O'Keefe in 4th, plus 229. Kelly Kulik in 5th, plus 203. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 6th place, plus 200. Liz Culkin in 7th, plus 192. Giselle Poss, 186. Jordan Richard, 185. Josie Barnes, 177. Outside the top 10, inside the top 12 with a game and a half to go. Valerie Bercier, 11th, plus 158. So 19 pins from Josie down to Valerie, and then 34 from Valerie down to Sandra Gongora in 12th at plus 124. Outside the top 12, inside the top 20, Erin McCarthy plus 118, just 6 pins out. Stephanie Johnson, 7 pins out at plus 117. Missy Parkin, 12 pins out at plus 112. 3 pins behind her, Taylor Bultice at plus 109. Diana Zivyalova, plus 104. Clara Guerrero, plus 100. And then we see a gap. Verity Crawley in 19th at plus 81. Back-to-back 230, 240 for her. And 20th, a tie between Dasha and Brianna Cote at plus 75. So 34 pins separate 11th and 12th. Only 24 pins separate 12th and 18th. In front of us right now, Giselle Poss, Stephanie Johnson, Danielle McCune, Brianna Cote, Jordan Richard, Dasha Kovalova. Lauren Pate and Liz Culkin. Stephanie in 14th, just 7 pins out. Started the day hot, 278. But she's only plus 56 for the block after 6 games. Erin McCarthy, we talked about her struggles tonight. They've continued. She went plus 207 this morning. She is minus 89 for 6 games tonight. DZ down in 17th is plus 87 tonight. Taylor Bultice, plus 73. Taylor, the only player to make it out of the PTQ each of the last 3 weeks into the main event, has yet to turn that into a top 12 finish. She's trying to do that tonight. Valerie Bercier has bowled her way into the top 12 with plus 91 so far tonight. Danielle McCune, Caitlin Simpson, both plus 100 for the evening. Danielle plus 103, Caitlin plus 106 for their 6 games tonight. Maria Jose Rodriguez fighting to get into the top 5, trying to earn her 3rd straight appearance on TV. She is currently 6th, plus 98 tonight, plus 200 overall. So many storylines here you could shake a stick at. I don't have a stick, but I'm just going to watch as these storylines unfold. Lauren Pate scouts a nice 10-pin. They're in the 7th, the 5-bagger after strike spare to start the game. Hope you all kept up with all that. Giselle sitting in 8th, buries the pins over. Dasha was working on the front 5, a split in the 6th. She can still get to plus 66 this game. That would put her at plus 141. The cut currently 124. So Dasha could throw her name into the hat. We could walk into this. Oh, Liz Culkin, look at that. Watch this, Scout. I'm watching on my replay here. Headpin just catapults across the lane. What a shot by Liz. Kevin, welcome to the chat. Good sir. Rumor has it I'm going to be joined by the specialist, and yes, I just made up a word, the most specialist guest of them all for Game 8. We haven't heard this voice yet this week, was absent from the broadcast during both the PTQ and Round 1 this morning, but they are going to join us for the 16th and final game of qualifying tonight. It is not Summer Jasmine, although I would argue she might be more special than the person I'm bringing in. I may have oversold my next guest just a little bit. They might not be quite what I'm building them up to be. No offense to them. Over to our right after back-to-back opens in the third and fourth. Over on 37 and 38, Maria Jose Rodriguez connects on a double. I'm kind of pulling for MJR just to say that she, Stephanie? Oh, nice. Just to say that she made TV all 3 shows that I worked. I'm sure she would like to say that as well. I've had some of the brownies, that's for sure. I've had to watch myself though, because we had some McDonald's for lunch. I had some brownies for dessert, my lunch dessert, and then I've been sipping on some Rock Stars during this set. The one I'm drinking now is the cotton candy flavored one, 300 milligrams of caffeine in it. No sugar, no calories. But yeah, I'm amped up and ready to go. With Brant disappearing for the evening, someone has to make up for the energy drink intake. That man left the hotel in Connecticut with 4 of the white cans of Rockstar in his hands. Just unbelievable. Talked about Stephanie going minus after the big 278 to start the night. Has lost 22 of those pins over the last 5 games. Working a string here plus 117, 7 pins out of the cut. Left off her hand, cross and carry. Oh, just wow is all she can say. Some solid pin carry by Stephanie Johnson here, ladies and gentlemen, right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here, as does Fortuitous Carry. Again, a 34 pin gap between 11th place and 12th place, and just a 24 pin gap between 12th and 18th. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Curious, those of you in the chat, were you Team Cobra Kai or were you Team Russo? I share the guy's name, so I know where I lay. Danielson. Nice light mixer there for Brianna Cote. Don't do it. Oh, Giselle. Whew. Close on that 10 pin. Talked about Dasha sitting at, what was she at, plus 75, down in 20th. Chance at 266 here would put her at 141. The cut currently 124. Dasha Smasha, or Dasha Smasha. It's got a rhyme. Dasha Smasha doesn't quite sound right. Stephanie's streak ends here in the 9th. Max score from 247 brought down to a 226, assuming the single pin spare with Stephanie. I'd like to think that's a pretty good bet. She'll knock this down. Liz Culkin not hurting her standing inside the top 12. Either 189 or a 199 here. But certainly wants to gain as many pins as possible to keep tomorrow relevant for that run at the top 5. A 4-pin will end her hopes at a 199, looking at 189 now. Kelly Kulik, however, watch out, fans. Sitting in 5th, plus 203. She's going to shoot a max score of 236 this game, just to our left on lane 32. Stephanie undoubtedly covers that 10-pin, no doubt there. Yep, same old, same old. Bree, 10. Similar to a nasty 10-pin we saw at Executive Strike and Spare last week that cost Bree a shot at making it to the top 12. Kelly in her fill, 8-count, 234. That's going to put Kelly Kulik at plus 237. think the crowd clapping on the low end for Taylor Bultice. Just double the 10th. She can get to 225, which would put her plus minus at 134. Josie Barnes at 177 over. She's going to shoot. She's in the two teens right now after the first strike in the 10th. A couple strings down on 37 and 38. Sydney Brummett, one of them. And Maria Jose Rodriguez, the other. Giselle going to have 224, probably 224, possibly 225 this game. Make that 223 for Giselle Poss. Dasha gets the first one in the 10th. Waiting in the 11th. The pins are shaking on the pin deck. They know what's coming, and they can't stop it. 15 pounds of fury from the reigning queen coming down the lane. Boom. Balls. Pins had no chance. That ball crushed him. Brandon, I don't know if you're talking about the cooking off the lanes or the hot scores we got cooking on the lanes, but right now everybody in or around the cut is trying to outdo one another as the bowlers around the cut are putting up numbers all over the place. And here comes Dasha out of nowhere. Like a Randy Orton. Yes, yeah. Didn't get to finish my thought. Like a Randy Orton RKO out of nowhere. Dasha, 266 with a split in the middle. That's going to jump her up to plus 141. Holy free molies, it's getting real, folks. Caitlin Simpson, is that Caitlin Simpson with a 245? Danielle McCune gonna have 225 max score in front of us here. No way, Aaron, this is not the time for breathing. This is the time for excitement, my man. Stephanie can't get the 7 out. 216 for Stephanie Johnson. Neil Milligan creeping me out here. Hi. Just sneaking in on my right shoulder looking at scores. Stephanie Johnson, 216, put her at 133. Taylor finished out with 223. That puts her at 132 over. Dasha up to 141. All right, let's take a look at who we're going to have on our featured pairs for the 8th and final, 16th and final game of qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Looks like 33 and 34. Rocio Restrepo, Jen Higgins, Shannon O'Keefe, and Liz Johnson. And on 35 and 36, Birgit Poplar, Josie Barnes, Taylor Bultice, and Jody Wessner. Anita, you are correct. Here we go. Of the players we're going to have on our featured pairs going into this last game, 2 of them inside the top 5. Rocio Restrepo, our leader, going into this game 7. Shannon O'Keefe down in 4th. Both Jen Higgins and Liz Johnson down in the mid-20s in the standings. As far as 35 and 36, Birgit Poplar also settled into the low 20s. Josie Barnes inside the cut going into game 7. Jody Wessner in the mid-20s, and Taylor Bultice, who we just talked about, shot 220 to put her name north of what the cut was going into game 7. Of course, that number will change. We'll find out what that was in just a few moments once all the scores are turned in and updated online. What did Shannon shoot? I do not know. Looks like she is still finishing up down on 43 and 44. Let's see if I can flip over there and take a look. Looks like Shannon shot 191 with a missed single pin in the 8th and a split in the 10th. So 191 for Shannon O'Keefe. That is the pair that is coming to 33 and 34, and they still have 2 players. Rocio is also going to shoot 190. So I believe we're going to have some shuffling at the top of the field. Danielle once again will jump Rocio. Caitlin will jump Rocio. Kelly Kulik will jump Shannon O'Keefe. And that's it. That's at least the top 5 right there shuffling around. Josie in 10th place going into game 7 starts this game off with a big 4. She was plus 177, had a nice gap, 59 pins back to Erin McCarthy in 13th before game 7. Of course, we are now in the early stages of game 8. Yeah, Caitlin had, what, 245? Yeah, I think Danielle could have punched for 25, so if that was the case, then yeah, Caitlin will jump Danielle by 2 sticks. Which would indeed put Caitlin unofficially in the lead with 1 game to go. Early double for Taylor Boltheis here to start off game 8. The crowd in the stands going crazy for Verity Crawley over on 32. Whoa. Everyone has wrapped up game 7. All the scores are being turned in to the tournament office, and as soon as they get them and input them into the system, we will get you some updated scores online. My special guest just notified me they will be jumping in real soon. No, Ramon, it's not. This was brought to my attention by Emil back in East Hartford. $100 to enter the PTQ, and if you make the main event, you're guaranteed $1,200. So as far as tournament expenses, your net is $1,100. Now, of course, travel fees and whatnot come out of that, but yeah, a great payday. I mean, Birgit Poplar advanced from the PTQ in East Hartford, turned it into a runner-up finish on TV. Taylor Boltheis trying to do something similar here. Advance from the PTQ and turn it into a top 12 finish and see what she can do given an opportunity tomorrow with 6 games. There's still 1 game in front of her, and that's right now. All right, Virginia, welcome. Glad to get that. Glad to see that. Yeah, Blake and Adam are loving this. We miss them this week. We do miss them. Josie caves in the 4-pin, puts a strike on the split. Yeah, I mean, Caitlin as well. Anyone that made it from the PTQ certainly is looking at a good payday, especially if they can make it to Saturday morning and then do what Birgit did and turn it into a TV berth. Taylor front 3, just to our left. Katie Simpson strike and 2-4-10 in the second frame. She is on 31 and 32. Rocio seemed unsure when that ball left her hand what it was going to do. A fist pump when the ball connects with the 610. I thought it was online the whole way. I guess she didn't look like she was too sure of that. Taylor Boltheis on the front 3. Wrap 10 in the 4th, no problem. Run it down. Patiently awaiting scores after Game 7. Taylor Bultice knocks down the 10-pin, no problem. Shannon can't get the late trip on the 8, gets the 2 out though, turns a 2-8 into an 8, which I think we would all agree is much easier to convert. My special guest for the final game has joined me. I will let them pot up their microphone when they are ready. I haven't given indication as to male or female. They've been guessing, a couple guesses in the chat. They're not sure who it is. You can reveal yourself. But we've been waiting patiently. No PTQ appearance, no round 1 appearance. People have been waiting for you, sir/madam. So whoever you are, speak up when ready.
I feel there's going to be a lot of disappointment then.
No! Who would be disappointed in double A-Ron Aaron Smith?
I don't know. You had Cecil, you had Double J.
We did. We had...
those guys are many steps ahead of me. Talent and knowledge. Just generalness.
Yeah, but you bring an energy to the airwaves that cannot be matched by anyone.
I think Rocio would disagree with that because she's pretty intense on the lanes, throwing great shots.
Yeah, the Rocio we see right now, you are correct.
And that was one of the things you were talking about with Cecil as well throughout the course of the broadcast was that, you know, it's great to see Rocio being Rocio once again.
Yes.
Been fighting a lot of health issues this season. She used the break in between, or at the end of the U.S. Women's Open, kind of that month of July, to really take some time off, get herself where she needs to be, which is ultimately the most important thing. And you know, had a good tournament in East Hartford. Didn't bowl Louisville because of she committed to the Fox and Friends episode for National Bowling Day with Randy Peterson as well. So Rocio represented the PWBA. But we did an interview. It's posted online. Please check it out, the official PWBA Facebook page. Pretty honest interview with Rocio. That's usually what we get with her. She's very direct, very straightforward, and ironically enough, she was kind of in a similar position to this last year, almost at the same time frame. Ironically enough, at the BowlerX.com event last year, the Twin Cities Open, which you know she just ended up going on to win. Where kind of everything was, you know, she had battled some injuries last season too, and kind of everything got rolling at the right time, got to where she wanted to be, doing the things that we've grown accustomed to seeing her do on the lanes. And it has been fun to see her strike a bunch today. There we go, Ro.
Well, we do have some updated scores, and we'll run down the top of the standings real quick. Caitlin Simpson, your new leader. First time we've seen her name atop the standings this weekend. Plus 301. Danielle McEwen, second, plus 299. Rocio down to third at plus 271. 34 pins down to Kelly Kulik in fourth at 237. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 234. Shannon O'Keefe, 220. Giselle Poss, 209. Josie Barnes, 204. Liz Culkin, 181. Jordan Richard, 171. She is 10th. And here's where things start to bottleneck just a little bit. Valerie Bercier, 11th at plus 151. Sandra Gongora is the cut right now at plus 148. Erin McCarthy at 144. Dasha Kovalova at 141. Stephanie Johnson, 133. Taylor Bultice, 132. Missy Parkin, 128. And then it drops off a little bit to 18th place Verity Crawley at 108. Clara Guerrero at 101. And 20th Diana Zevyalova at 90. So Missy Parkin in 17th at plus 128. Valerie Bercier 11th at plus 151. Only 23 pins separate those 7 players.
That's mighty close, young Danimal.
Stop.
Has it caught on yet?
the people in the chat have certainly appreciated it, but they haven't went for it yet.
Give it time. You're still the new guy, so we gotta.
I am still the new guy. You are correct.
We gotta work you in slowly here before the nicknames. So we have, let's see, in our viewing window right here in our kind of 6-lane bay.
We've got Missy Parkin over on 31 and 32. Aaron McCarthy as well.
Aaron, the first player out. Let's see, over here in front of us, Shannon O'Keefe. Pretty well ahead of it. A few players just outside of it.
Josie, pretty 204, pretty well ahead of it. We have Taylor Boltice.
Taylor, 223 last game. Of course, a few players vying for the lead as well, as we mentioned, Rocio and Caitlin Simpson also over on 31 and 32. Caitlin, 3 out of 4 to start. She had a split in frame number 2. So 28 in the second, followed it up with a double. She's actually up in the 5th frame right now. Daniel, I don't see your Excel sheet anywhere, which frightens me greatly.
That's for my round of 12, bro.
All right.
Via Tyndall dropping in my real nickname, Terez Ludio. Via actually the one that gave me that nickname 10 years ago.
We were talking about that yesterday.
We were, because you saw it and you were like, what in the world is that?
I didn't know. Big shout out to all the good folks in the Bowl TV chat. Just tuning in general. If you didn't jump in the chat, always feel free. Big shout out to Jennifer again for spoiling us with treats, sugar, lots of it.
Much needed, very much necessary.
The brownies were those were top notch. So high five on the brownies there.
Yeah. It was easy to get rid of the cookies yesterday because it was a slower day practice and more interaction with the fans and the players, a little more relaxed. A little difficult to get rid of the brownies because we're just so busy, and I don't want to because they're good. And we're here for another 2 days because we don't leave till Monday, so I'm taking those with me tonight and putting them in my fridge at home.
Who said they were all for you?
Well, I'm going to bring
shenanigans.
I'm going to bring them back.
Shenanigans.
Like I'm going to bring them with me tomorrow.
That's what they all say, man. That's what they all say. One of the things Rocio mentioned in that interview was that she really liked the angle she was able to create through the front part of the lane. She was able to get really steep and still see her ball shape up the right way, go through the pins the right way. And you can see from that last one, as she walked back, she just didn't quite get through it at the bottom the way she wanted to. Left with the always fun 278. Her first open here. Final game of the day. And it does appear we do have a...
I'm sure somebody did not leave that on 37. My guess is a pin stuck in the rack or something.
That's tough right there.
But as far as kudos to Hall of Fame Silver Lanes, Executive Strike and Spare, and here at Boardwalk, very, very minimal issues with ball returns, rack problems, anything of that nature. They have been awesome as far as all that goes. So shout out to the quality machines and mechanics, the unnamed, unsung heroes back there putting in long hours. All the hard work put in beforehand, before the tour gets here. A big shout out and thank you to those, the men and women back there. Looks like 35 and 36 is further ahead than anyone else in the building. Everyone else working in the 6th frame. 41 through 44, or 41 to 42 into the 7th. Actually starting the 8th, just like we are here on 35 and 36. Just trying to keep track of who we're watching and where they're at as far as the action goes. Excuse me.
Big strike there in the 8th frame for Taylor Boltice, one of the players on the outside looking in. She can still get to 247 this game, and we saw her do essentially the same thing last week in the PTQ in Louisville to earn that 9th and final spot. And we've certainly seen some scores throughout the course of competition so far today, so when you're mentioning players who are in that plus 100, plus 110 range, there's a 250 or 260 to be had out there.
Yes. Yes, and there is a bit of a gap in the standings from Missy at plus 128. It's 20 pins down to the next closest competitor, plus 108. So as far as what we're tracking, kind of Missy in 17th is that cutoff. She can still go on for 248 this game. Taylor at plus 132 can get to 247. Certainly a lot to watch right now.
Got a pretty lively crowd here as well across the board as Shannon O'Keefe takes care of the washout there.
Stephanie Johnson in 15th at plus 133. She can still get to a 236 through 6 frames. Dasha could get to a 278, but a 2410 in the 8th is going to bring that number down just a little bit.
250s minimum. 240s with the open. So Taylor from Coral Springs, Florida, getting ready to step up here on 35. Pretty strong following here. So I think if she gets this one, this crowd's going to get pretty amped. That was something we talked about too with Taylor last week in that interview. If you go back on the Facebook page, you can check that out from last week in Louisville. But see if she can set up the 9th.
I think it's good. We read early. Oh, okay. Got the 10 out. Just a single pin. Now 227, her max score. Valerie Bercier in 11th at plus 151. Max score of 226 down on 29 and 30.
Yeah, Valerie clean so far, but not striking. Just left a 10-pin in frame number 7. She's player C on 29 and 30. Missy Parkin, a nice start so far.
Liz Culkin, both Liz Culkin and Jay Rich in 9th and 10th. Neither one doing anything to cost themselves the cut right now. Stepping up in the 9th, Liz can punch for 225. J. Rich can punch for 239. So both of them okay. Liz strikes in the 9th. She's at plus 181. 13th is plus 144.
Kovalova getting ready for her 9th frame. After the split, she was unable to convert. Her max 246. Rocio back on track after back-to-back splits. Nice shot in the 8th. Dasha got the strike in the 9th. She can max out at 246.
Josie solidifying herself inside the top 12 with that strike. Jay Rich left a 7-pin and converts it, so she goes down to a possible 219. Katie Simpson probably going to lose the lead. 125 in the 8th after back-to-back splits on the right lane. Danielle McEwen stringing them down on 39. Taylor looking at a 5-pin now. Taylor was plus 132. The best she can do is best she can get to is 148, which is the current number right now. Shannon O'Keefe back-to-back splits in the 8th and 9th.
Shannon was far enough up to where...
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about the cut for her.
Good, yep.
I'm just looking at the, a run for that lead. She was 81 pins behind Katie Simpson. Katie's going to lose pins this game to the field. But unfortunately, so is Shannon. Rocio in 3rd, not putting up a great game. So Danielle McEwen is going to take over the lead going into tomorrow morning. She is stringing them down there on 39 and 40.
I think this is going to be a Speargate gets the mix or gets the messenger across the deck, but I think for Danielle, going into last week, she was in that top 5, Louisville, and fell off in those final 6 games. And I think if she's walking into tomorrow leading the way, she was 2nd, I believe, last week after 16 games, and I don't think she's going to.
She was, yes.
I would not imagine that happening 2 weeks in a row.
215 for Taylor Boltice gets her to 147. I'm afraid she's going to need some of those hits that she didn't get later in the game. The poor shot in the 7th with the 8 spare. Danielle McEwen going to strike again in the 9th. That's at least 6 in a row for her. Erin McCarthy, 4 pins out of the cut. Up on lane 32 right now. She can punch for 227. That would take her past Sandra Gongora, who just opened in the 8th. She can get to 201. Valerie Bercier clean through 8th. She can get to 215. She is in 11th. J. Rich got the first one in the 10th. The second one here would put her in the 2 teens. Be some good living for her. Does not get it.
Looks like a 610.
It does. So 209 on the conversion for J. Rich would put her at 180. Valerie can't get there. Sandra can't get there. Erin McCarthy can't get there. So J. Rich and Liz Culkin, I would say, are safe. Dasha can pass both of them if she punches, but she left the 10 pin in the 10th.
226 her max.
Yep. Which would tie her with Valerie if Valerie strikes out. J. Rich converts to 610, so J. Rich at 180. Josie, little break there to get the 610 out. Crowd cheering for Verity, however.
She can get to 216. Nice cover there by Rowe. Taking care of the 210.
Kovalova, 226. That puts her at 167. Stephanie Johnson can only get to 138. We talked about Valerie's clean game. Well, big 4 in the 9th. She is not going to be able to go plus unless she makes this and strikes out. That would put her at plus 1 for the game. But Dasha is going to jump her. Erin McCarthy with a chance to jump both Sandra and Valerie. Meanwhile, Missy Parkin can get to 48, which would put her at 176.
Katie Simpson's going to give quite a few pins back here.
Yes, she is.
She misses the washout here. And that's, come on. For 16 games, you deserve to catch the 10 pin there. She's going to shoot 150, so that's going to be, it's going to shake things up definitely. Looking at that top 5 going into tomorrow's 6-game block. T-Mac is getting ready to start her 10th frame.
Valerie, back-to-back big 4. PBA washout in the 10th. She is going to drop out of the top 12 in this final game. Missy Parkin, first one in the 10th, puts her in the 230s. She's at plus 128 right now.
Oh.
Good tap on the 4. Erin McCarthy can get to 227. She's currently plus 144. Big one right here. Carries it. Well, I would say if Missy gets this one, if Missy and Erin both strike in their respective 11th frames, that would put Missy into the plus 170 range and Erin into the plus 170 range. They would jump Dasha, who's at 167. Missy needs this one. Strike over on 32. I believe that puts Missy max score at 248. And if my math is right, Erin needs this one to pass Dasha for the last spot in the top 12. Greek Church on lane 31.
It's going to drop her down to, if we want to give her 4 at the most, 211 outside of a run here.
That would put her at 155 if she gets the 4. I think Missy had 98 in the 5th. And stringing them from that point on would be 248.
much I left to target, but got the first two.
245? 245. Puts her at 173. And I would say that's going to put Missy in 11th and Dasha in 12th. Because Erin is going to get to plus 154. Stephanie Johnson was at 133, and she shot, I believe, in the 190s. Best she could do was 2-0, so she was out. Dasha with 26 gets to 167. Valerie shoots 160 that game, and the best Sandra could do would be 201. And she's went 9 spare in the 10th, so she's going to shoot 180.
Danielle McCune going to be our leader. Shot 267 to wrap things up. So
baby,
talk about a swing to, especially with Katie dropping, giving 50 pins back on her plus total. Rocio 189 that game, giving a few pins back as well. So that's going to be in the 360 plus, and no one else is going to be 300. So she's going to walk into tomorrow
sitting pretty.
the sizable lead on the field here. So we're going to make sure she doesn't get too far away. So I think I'm going to let her know that I'd like to talk to her. Curtis Von Kruger, I gave him a note. He said, let's go.
Brandon asking what Bree shot. Bree would have been 40C. 40C. She had 164.
Yep.
Easy to say this about any player, but I think that any player in this position, but if our numbers are correct, I think Erin McCarthy is going to look at that 11th shot and just go, man, the execution wasn't there. She carried the nice swisher in the 10th, which showed that with where she was playing, she had some room to play as far as the pocket goes, and she used up too much of it.
I think for Erin, I mean, she was sitting second to start this block.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a thing too. I mean, obviously.
I talked about that before. Her 226 in Game 7. She was minus 89 on the day.
So one of those crazy things where you always got to wonder how one block can be so strong, and then another one where just nothing goes your way. And yeah, potentially on that final shot, finding something in that final game to put herself in a position to shoot. 230, 240. Have one more sneak up on you. Definitely potentially a rough way to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we see some names up in the top 5 that at least I haven't seen in the last couple of weeks up there. As you mentioned, Danielle McEwen was second going into Saturday last week and kind of fell off that day. Caitlin Simpson, we've not seen her name up in the top 5. Rocio, the same, where she wasn't at the tournament last week. Kelly Kulik has been hopping around the top 12.
All right, Danielle, I'm going to go let Danielle know that she put on a great performance, and we're going to interview her, learn a little bit more about that, ask a few of those questions about obviously last week and then coming back strong this week. But big thanks again to everyone on Bowl TV joining us in the chat. And got to fill in for Brant for a block, and we miss Brant. I miss Brant at least, but
we do. We miss his energy.
Miss the energy, but every once in a while we're gonna have that happen. So more than happy to help bridge the gap, make things easier for the Danimal here on Bowl TV.
Go away.
Okay, fine. I was going one more time. Danimal.
Yeah, I cut you off. You want to get one more time?
No.
Okay. I turned him down. He tried to get it in, but I turned him down. So as we wait for the scores to get officially tabulated and verified, really looking forward, have a wide range of players inside the top 12 that will be fighting for those top five spots tomorrow night. I'm hoping all of you will join us tomorrow as we watch the final 6 games of qualifying here in Orlando. Don't forget the TV show live on CBS Sports Network, the Stepladder Finals at 4 p.m. And then directly following, we will be taping the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown featuring Julia Bond, Gigi Mason, Kayla Bandy, and Elise Bolton. 3 of our regional winners from this year. Julia winning 2 of the 4 regionals, and Kayla the leader in earnings at the regionals this year. Those 4 will square off in a made-for-TV event. 2-game total pinfall matches. Julia versus Kayla, and Gigi versus Elise, with the 2 winners facing each other again. 2-game total pinfall match to determine the GoBowling.com Regional Showdown champion. That will be filmed here at Boardwalk Bowl following the live telecast, and it will be aired next Saturday on CBS Sports Network at 5 p.m. That way, every Saturday in August is filled with PWBA bowling. Kent, based on our numbers, it looks like Missy's big 245 the last game is going to jump her up into 11th position. Liz Culkin and Jay Rich in at 9th and 10th finished at plus 185 and 180. Both Valerie and Sandra Gongora in 11th and 12th shot minus games. Missy jumped up to plus 173. Dasha plus 167. Erin McCarthy had a chance in the 10th to double to make the top 12, and she went strike. Greek Church to finish at plus 154, 13 pins behind Dasha. Taylor Boltai started strong, 3-bagger strike spare, but could not catch a double the rest of the way. Shoots 215 to finish at plus 147. It's a valiant effort by Taylor, but she's going to fall just short based on our numbers. Yes, I believe. I know that Matt Canizero is going to be out in Vegas, and I'm a little rough on my details here. He told me what events were out there. I apologize for not having it at the forefront of my mind. I want to say it is the Women's World Championships and the Senior World Championships, both at South Point Bowling Plaza in Las Vegas, Nevada. I know Matt's going to be out there. I don't think Bowl TV is going to be out there. I can get a confirmation on that. Maybe check in tomorrow. I'll get for sure on that. So I don't want to speak for sure either way. I know Matt's going to be out there covering it for the USBC. But as far as Bowl TV, that I do not know. I have the excuse. I'm still the new guy. I can't know everything, even though I may pretend to. No, still waiting on an official number from Tournament Director Tennille Milligan. A very up and down night as far as the standings go. Danielle McEwen, Rocio Restrepo bounced the lead back and forth between themselves. Caitlin Simpson took it over after Game 7. And it looks like Danielle's going to retake the lead by a wide margin after the 8th and final game. 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Diane. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 9 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Mountain, and 7 a.m. Pacific Coast. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. Christopher, every time I see your name, I want to pronounce it Christopher. Good night, Jennifer. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, 10 p.m. at Hong Kong. Again, I told you all earlier, you didn't know that watching Bowl TV would get you a time zone lesson. Later, Charles. Thanks for tuning in tonight, bud. Yeah, it does look like after that final game, both Caitlin and Rocio went minus. Danielle McEwen, 267 the final game to get to plus 366. Going to be a pretty sizable lead with 6 games tomorrow. She is looking to erase the demons from last week. Bowled so well on Friday to get into the top 12. She was second, as Aaron mentioned. And then on Saturday morning at Executive Strike and Spare, she just didn't see the motion she needed and went -8 for those 6 games, but that was enough. And she missed the TV show by 50 pins. After entering the day at plus 305, as the math worked out, all she would have needed to do was go plus 43 on Saturday to earn a spot on TV. The TV cut was plus 347. She was plus 297. Hosan, that's a great prediction. Dasha sneaking in the top 12. She saves herself from losing some points to both Shannon and Danielle. But Danielle, after Shannon's poor performance based on her standards in Louisville last week, maybe smelled some blood in the water like a shark, and has certainly pounced. Yes, Anita, in the elite events, all 32 players get a check. That's why we talked about making it from the PTQ. $100 to bowl the PTQ, and the minimum cashing spot is $1,200. So net $1,100 as far as the bowling expenses alone go, which is why it's great for anyone local to come out and bowl the PTQs at these elite events. Because if you're local, you have no expenses outside of daily life, food and gas. You know, you live in your own house, you don't have to drive 200, 300, 400 miles. And even if you're not, within a 5-minute driving distance, if you're within 100 or 200 miles, here goes to Neil.
BowlerX.com, PWBA Orlando Open. Tournament leader plus 371, Danielle McEwen.
Woo!
Qualifying second is Rocio Restrepo. In third, Caitlin Simpson. Qualifying fourth, Giselle Koss at plus 233. In fifth, Maria Jose Rodriguez. Qualifying sixth, Kelly Kulik. In seventh is Shannon O'Keefe at plus 207. In eighth, Josie Barnes. Qualifying ninth, Liz Culkin at plus 183. In 10th is Jordan Richard. Qualifying 11th is Missy Parkin. And your 12th and final qualifier at plus 167, Dasha Kovalova.
Well, there you have it. Dasha Kovalova goes 266, 226 the last 2 games to jump into the top 12. Missy's big 245 the final game jumps her above Erin McCarthy, who had a chance in the 10th, could have doubled to pass Dasha for the 12th and final spot, but Strike Greek Church on the 3-bagger lost a lot of count, and it really didn't matter what the lead was. Once she missed in the 11th, it was over. But some high drama on the seas here in Orlando in the 16th and final game of qualifying tonight. Well, that will do it for us here. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the round of 12. The top 12 will bowl 6 games, carrying over their 16 from today for a 22-game total. And based on those 22 games, you know the deal. Top 5 advance for the live stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For Aaron Smith, Brant Houghton, Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, and the staff and management here at Boardwalk Bowl, I am the Danimal. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. This has been a Bowl TV production. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Have a great night, everybody, and we will see you in the morning.